Les damos la bienvenida en nombre de la Embajada del Reino Unido de Latinoamérica y el
We
Caribe.
welcome you on behalf of the Embassy of the United Kingdom to this last day of Connect Agro series, Clean Technology and Agriculture UK LATAC. Today we are pleased to close this academic session where we were able to share experiences and knowledge about innovation and technology in agro with different personalities of the world. Before we begin, we would like to once again thank all the speakers during these
3 días han sido y serán parte de esta gran jornada académica.
great academic session, sharing their knowledge. And on the first day, we were able to talk about the transition of the agricultural sector towards a decarbonized future. Yesterday, everything related to manufacturing and supply chains that are sustainable for the agri-food industry. And today, to close, we will have an agenda focused on the strategies to decarbonize agro-industrial projects and their supply chain. We also appreciate the attendance of all of those who make this event possible, our speakers, the participants, our allied entities, of course, Blue Marble Microinsurance, SEAL, Center for Innovation, Excellence in Livestock, CHAP, Center of Agricultural Technology of the United Kingdom, the School of Business from the University of the Andes, and MTC Manufacturing Technology, and the entity that supports us, AgriLink. We remind everyone that previously subscribed to the workshop, Agro Insurance to Support Resilience and Adaptation to Climate Change. The link to enter that session was sent to your emails. Welcome everyone once again, and we hope you enjoyed this last day of Connect Agro series. To open the third day of Connect Agro Series 2021, we invite Professor Dr. Gordon Wesmeyer, responsible for the School Cune of Logistics in the University of the Andes in Bogota, and with him, Angela Penagos, Director of the Research and Development Center in Agro-Foods of the University of the Andes in Colombia. Welcome to our third day of the event. Welcome everyone, Maria Clara and everyone. It's an honor for us to be here today and to contribute to this third day. And before I begin, we would like to, together with Angela, start with some ideas and some comments to set the view of today and the challenges and the different situations that we're facing. And in this sense, we might know that the sector of the food sector, the agri-food sector, consumes 200 exajoules of energy every year. And this honestly in total is more than the total consumption of energy of China or the United States. So here we have a great challenge in front of us. If we want to start this path towards zero emissions, and we have to find the different links of the chain of the different actors and which are their possible actions that they can have. Also, with this, since all of the production, if we take the life cycle as a whole, food, if to be able to have like more or less 30% of the total consumption of energy at a worldwide level. So that highlights this importance of this challenge in front of us. So there we will be able to see what are the strategies and the ideas of progress that we've seen and how in Latin America we can also take advantage of these opportunities and face those challenges. Finally, something also that is part of that search towards zero emissions, we know that more than a third of all the foods that are being produced, that are processed, is really increasing. So that is a loss that is not acceptable in terms of resources and nutrients that we have. So a challenge that we have is also an important part when we want to go towards that net zero. So with that step, Angela can tell us a little bit more about these topics. So good morning. Honestly, thank you very much for the invitation from the embassy. It is a pleasure for us to be here. And in this idea that we have of providing contribution elements and evidence, especially alternatives, to be able to go through the food systems and go towards more resilient systems, more adapted to climate, because we're aware that if there is not a transformation of agriculture and the agro-food systems, then almost immediately, then it will be very difficult to be able to reduce the impacts that we know that the food production has in general, everything that entails the agro-food systems. We know very well that they contribute to 60% of the loss of biodiversity, to 60% of the loss of woods, and the nutrients that exist in 30% of climate change. We also have a lot of clarity, and as always in these things, it's important to set context and to put it into relative terms. We know that for every dollar spent on foods, the society in general pays $2 in terms of costs, environmental costs, social and economic. So we're talking about close to $6 trillion according to the latest studies. So this morning, in this scenario, sharing with all the people who are part of this event, we would like to discuss and talk about which are the main alternatives, which findings do we have, what evidence is there to start decarbonizing these supply chains from the agri-food industry. So, Maria Clara, with this, we would like to now begin our morning with a very good conversation, and that we can have a lot of elements to contribute in this great strategy. Thank you very much, Dr. Gordon, Angela, for those words, for welcoming. We would now begin our academic agenda with the presentation, Decarbonizing the Supply Chains of the Agro-Industry and Circular Economy, with our guest, Vasco Sanchez Rodriguez. Dr. Vasco Sanchez Rodriguez is an associate professor in Management of Operations and Logistics of the Harvard University. His investigation is innovative and cutting edge, and it's set in challenging areas like the reduction of carbon and the prevention and mitigation of food waste. Vasco is an academic led by the industry that has carried out successful projects of research applied for companies that are leader in the minority sectors, food and beverages, and of course, logistics of the UK. France, United States, Germany, South Africa, South Korea, Colombia, Chile, and Argentina. Welcome, Doctor.
On what UK food companies do to reduce their environmental impact, with a focus on carbon emissions, the reduction of the use of plastics, and the reduction of food waste, very much aligned to the short presentation by Gordon and his partner. So I would like to get started reminding everyone about all the outside factors that, all the outside effects that supply chains and the industry produce when we use more than necessary, or we act in a way that is not very sustainable. We are warming the environment, we warm the atmosphere, and this means that the climate is less predictable and it can lead to a greater number of environmental disasters. We are also polluting the environment, and this hurts public health in all countries. And number three, we are polluting the sea and the rivers. So this leads to societal factors that are incalculable. And at the end, and as the two leaders said before, we pay for all that through our taxes. There is no doubt about that. But what's the solution? Because it's very easy to talk about solution. There is not a single solution. It's simply to try to design things so that all companies will follow a sustainable way of doing business. It's very easy to say, but it's much harder to do it because this depends on our customers, on consumers, and for consumers to become more aware. But all the companies that do marketing or try to sell products in the market are responsible to raise the awareness among customers. And sustainability is just that all the decisions made by a company need to be taken thinking about the company, about society, and the environment. In the last 5 years, a lot investment that has been made in companies that are in a transition to be sustainable. Companies, for example, like Shell oil companies that are moving all their operations to renewable energies. So, what I would like you to think about, why these key megatrends are important for food supply chains. So starting with the climate change that affects crops and the environment. So this affects the distribution and production of crops. Number two, customers of a food company more and more and more will be environmentally aware and will have a social awareness. So this is a trend, and if the companies that react to this or respond to this early will benefit. But of course, this is not easy, and directors need to respond to shareholders who are not very patient. You have probably heard about there are some sustainable development goals that are very popular, the SDGs. There are 17 SDGs, but many of them are directly or indirectly related. For instance, all the plans by companies or industries to reduce carbon emissions. The one that is most directly related is SDG 13, which is climate action, in order to reduce the impact on the climate or on the environment of all production, all food production, food distribution, and all the energy needed just to preserve and conserve food. And there are others, for instance, to protect marine life, etc. For instance, goal number 1, which is no poverty. One of the externalities, one of the strongest externalities of climate change is the creation of poverty. This needs to be one of the main reasons to mitigate climate change. So I would like for you to reflect on which of these SDGs is more closely linked to your company. If you see, for instance, if you produce fish, for instance, number 14 is very much related to you. If you have crops, number 15, life on land, is very related to that, very closely linked. If you sell food, or for instance, in Colombia, you have Carulla or Macro or Éxito. Number 2 is important because if you have food waste in your facilities, in your distribution centers, what do you do with that food waste? You let them, to let that food rot is irresponsible because, as we said at the beginning, as it was said at the beginning, that produces a lot of carbon emission because of decomposition. And then number 2 is not ethical because it's related also to goal number 1. And all these SDGs are interrelated, but I'm not going to go into that in this presentation because it will be a little bit long. I'm going to show you 3 videos. First of all, an explanation, a very simple explanation on what is sustainability. Number 2 is something new in Europe, something that retailers are thinking about or are implementing regarding informing the customers on what products are sustainable and have like a traffic light system to show that on the products. And number 3 is about how hard it is to have a sustainable retail supply chain. So we are going to start with video number 1.
Can sustain themselves, can continue into the future and go on forever. From a human perspective, sustainability for our planet means that it can continue to do what it was designed to do: provide fresh air, clean water, produce food, and allow us all to have a high quality of life forever. Unsustainability means that it cannot, and that is where we are now. 20 years ago, scientists in Sweden developed a definition for sustainability with 4 basic principles. These can be seen as the care instructions for our planet. If we follow them, it is good for our planet. And because we're part of the system that is our planet, it's good for us too. The care instructions are as follows: reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and heavy metals, reduce our dependence on synthetic chemicals that persist in nature, reduce our destruction of nature, ensure we are not stopping people globally from meeting their needs. Demand for the Earth's services, clean air, water, food, increases as the population increases and living standards rise. But the Earth's ability to provide these services is declining because of the way we're living. In our search for prosperity, growth, and success, we are destroying the system that we as humans are completely dependent upon: nature. We humans have become a threat to our own way of life. The Earth is a system and everything is connected: society, environment, and economy. To live sustainably, we need to follow the 4 care instructions and apply them to everything we do at home and at work. If we can follow these care instructions, we can work together to be sustainable. We will all have a better quality of life. We'll waste less, we'll pollute less, and we'll create more things we value in society, while improving our planet's chances of providing us with the very things we need to survive.
This is a simple video, but it explains very well what is important, how to be sustainable. This one is about how you can sell products that are really sustainable and how you can do a more sustainable marketing.
Shop sustainably, but right now, it's just too difficult. Finding reliable environmental data on a product takes forever. And often, the information that's out there is complicated and hard to verify. But what if shopping sustainably was, well, easy? That's why the experts at Environmental Defense Fund have developed a prototype called Sustainabuy to show you how your business can shape the future of sustainable shopping in a way that's good for Mother Nature and your bottom line. It all begins with transparency. From the minute a shopper hits your e-commerce site, simple, eye-catching sustainability flags can help them zero in on products that are safer for the environment and their families. Younger shoppers are especially passionate about saving the planet and protecting their health, and they want to spend their money with retailers that share those values. Imagine giving them the information they want, like a product's specific climate, water, and chemical impacts, right on the product page. That lets shoppers zero in on the environmental information that matters to them. Even better, all this data can be simplified into a digestible overall impact score. This means shoppers can visualize product impacts and comparison shop all at the same time. By working with experts in your value chain like EDF, you can ensure that the sustainability impacts you share are based in science and give shoppers unbiased insight into the products they're buying. The result? Shoppers know your e-commerce site is giving them data they can trust. Once you embed sustainability into your e-commerce strategy, you can start growing a network of passionate shoppers who engage with and advocate for your brand. From there, the sky's the limit. You can create a social platform that connects eco-conscious shoppers with their friends. You can gamify sustainable shopping through rewards programs. You can even use visual search to deliver environmental data straight to shoppers' smartphones while they're in your store. Here's the bottom line. At EDF, we believe transparency about products and their environmental impacts can create loyal, repeat customers who trust you to help take care of their families, their wallets, and the world. And the best part is you can do this by leveraging the data you already have. If you're ready to drive the future of sustainable online shopping today, Environmental Defense Fund is here to help.
This is important. It's not that easy because you need to have the authorization of the producers. A retailer by himself to make his changes is not that easy, but that's the future. And in the future, producers that are more sustainable will get more funds and less taxes. So it will be more profitable, maybe, to buy products that are more sustainable. This is another presentation regarding how hard it is to implement sustainability in a food supply chain.
For example, cattle emit less methane when they digest. Demands to improve the sustainability of the food systems that we use to feed the world are growing every day. Players in consumer products and retail have set aggressive targets to try to meet those demands. However, they're struggling to really achieve the transformational results that they're looking for, mainly because a lot of the decisions that are going to have the greatest impact on them achieving those strategies sit outside the four walls of their own operations. Those decisions are made by someone upstream from them that they'll need to collaborate with. One of the pieces of evidence that we see that this is so difficult is upstream agricultural suppliers often have less aggressive sustainability targets than their downstream retail and consumer partners. The reason for that is because they're closer to the action and they know exactly how difficult it's going to be to change some of the decisions that are going to need to be changed. This is a complex issue. Some of the decisions are going to be financial. Do I invest these resources in order to make this process less resource intensive? Other ones, you're going to be taking 2 steps forward on one issue and 1 step back on another. For example, cattle emit less methane when they digest a grain-based diet than they do when they eat grass. Should I move them to a feedlot earlier, but potentially not have them out in the field where consumers perceive cattle to be happier? The companies that are doing the best at advancing the ball in their industries follow a 3-step approach. The first step is map out the full supply chain. What are the sustainability outcomes that we're looking to accomplish? And what are all the decisions that happen anywhere that might need to be changed in order to influence those outcomes? Who's making those decisions? What are the economic and the non-economic factors that go into making that? Step 2, construct a portfolio of actions. What decisions need to be changed? Who needs to change them? Why is that difficult? Is there anybody else who can change the way that they behave to make that decision a little bit easier? Step 3, just get started. All of this is going to feel hard. Some stuff is going to be easier than other ideas that you may have. But starting the easy stuff first is going to create the conversations, it's going to create the alignment, and it's going to create the momentum that's going to be needed to eventually tackle the really tough stuff that's coming down the road. This is not just something that's unique to complex food supply chains. This type of approach will work anywhere where you start with a natural resource at the very front of your supply chain. It's worth noting, this is very difficult because of all the stakeholders that come into play when you start to do the mapping. But it's really worth doing. It's worth doing for consumers, it's worth doing for customers, it's worth doing for employees, it's worth doing for shareholders, and it's worth doing for the long-term viability of our planet and the ecosystems that we rely on in order to survive and live well.
Entonces, la idea de presentarles este video
So the idea of showing you this video is to close the eyes, is to break the ice in this presentation and give you the message that it's important to know that if customers don't want it, there will be no sustainability, and also that the whole supply chain, this it should be a global, holistic effort from the whole supply chain. A company by itself cannot be sustainable if the suppliers are not sustainable and the customers don't want to be sustainable. Regarding what the food supply chain is and where are the important externalities, my presentation will focus on the greenhouse effect. Carbon emissions is not focused on water pollution, and I am also focused on plastic waste and food waste. But it's important to know that the supply chain has a very big impact in the employment of people and also in regards to trade. So the supply chain economy is very, very important, and renewable energies and renewable fuels, biofuels, is something that is being developed, and they are not the cheaper sources right now. But society also has an impact in the supply chain, and we need to know that we need to consider that. And also would like to tell you, these are the UK government plans related to food waste and plastic waste. In the UK, we have the goal that 65% of plastics should be recycled plastics. And there is also, that will be a goal for 2035. And there is also the goal that 50% of the plastic by 2020 should be recycled. And this is 75% of plastic recycled by 2030 and 65% of food waste will be recycled by 2035. And these are also the goal, the stats. This line here is that if we keep going the same way, that's where we will get. But the UK has the goal of being net zero by 2050 in regard to transport. And also in broad terms, they also want to be net zero by 2050, but there will be many restrictions, many taxes that will mean that there will be no cars sold, diesel or oil gases, gasoline gases, starting in 2032. It's important to know that for a company, and in Europe and in the UK and in all Latin American countries, it's important to have a good, favorable press. If you don't have a good press, our customers will fail you. So here we can see some good news from Amazon, for instance, where they're investing $2 billion in what they call the Climate Pledge Fund. Is a global cause, not just by Amazon. By Amazon is one of the big leaders. And the main goal is to have everything carbon neutral starting in 2040. Walmart as well. Their collaboration is very important. They are doing a pledge with Amazon to be sustainable, and this includes transportation. D includes the electrification of transportation. And the other very important thing is Marks and Spencer, where they have a sustainability strategy called Plan A, which means that there is no Plan B. They consider that to be green is very important, and this is reflected in their sustainability strategy. So I would like you as producers or industrialists or academics to think, what are the main drivers or motivation that the company has to be sustainable? The first thing is certainly the customer, the consumer, but then also your client, because if you are the supplier for a particular client in a big food supply chain or in a supermarket chain that wants to be sustainable, this needs to be part of your strategy to be sustainable. The other thing is the legislation that is coming, because the government will play a protagonist role in this sense. This week we have COP26 at Glasgow, and from that time on, they're going to start issuing environmental laws that subsidize or prohibit, maybe subsidize more environmentally conscious behaviors. So your companies, for them to be sustainable, is going to be more trendy, it's going to be more sexy for your clients, and to have a sustainable model in the long term is going to be more sustainable economically speaking. It means that this is not like thinking, well, this is going to be more expensive or less expensive. In the long term, financial decisions in a company need to be taken thinking about the sustainability on the product or the service that you're providing. Something that really impresses me is that the supply chain from end to end is only responsible for 18% of carbon emission. Why? Because everything else, all the production, for instance, livestock and agriculture, the food stock, the fish production is 31%, then crop production, 27%, and land use. So for a supermarket chain or a food distributor, like Unilever or CAF, for it to be sustainable, they need to collaborate with the whole supply chain, with all the stakeholders. I know that in Latin America, and I really like meat as well, and lamb, beef and lamb, but those are, we all like chocolate and we like coffee, but these are the products that have the worst emitters because of the way that the food is produced, but then also because of all the methane that cows and all the animals that are raised for meat production produce. And the methane, I don't know if you know, but it has a much greater impact in the environment, in the atmosphere. It has a much more effect on climate change than CO2. So just the collaboration in the whole supply chain is crucial. There is no other way to say that or to emphasize that. These are stats from a charity called RAP, formed by the government. In all the supply and supermarket chains belong to it. And what we call here councils, which are the local governments. The goals regarding food waste reduction, there have been reduction as far as what is wasted at the homes of the customers, about 18%, and in the supply chain, 7%. So that means a total reduction compared to the baseline of the SDG. That means a 15% reduction, but there is still a lot to do because there is another 23% to reduce, especially in the UK. From 2007 to 2018, food waste was, there was a 27% reduction achieved. And according to the UK government goals, we need to reduce about that same amount. As far as plastic, the most important thing is to say that plastic, where we waste in plastic in 2016, was 260 million tons per year. If we keep going at this pace, we're going to have plastic waste of 460 million tons by 2030. 40% of plastic goes to landfills. 50% of plastic waste worldwide can be reused, can be recycled. It will be possible to recycle it by 2030. And now I'm going to show you some case studies in some leading companies in the UK and Europe. Tesco, for instance, has reduced their carbon emissions by 37% compared with 2015, 2016 in 3 or 4 years. They have the goal to be net zero by 2035. And they have a goal of being 100% of electricity sourced by renewables or generated from renewable energies. 77% of their food surplus is redistributed, especially for people that cannot pay for that food at the supermarket. And they have reduced in 9% their food waste in their UK operations in the last 2 years. And they would like to have the food waste in their operations by 2030. As far as plastic, they have been able to get 83% of their brand, the Tesco brand, to be recyclable, the packaging to be recyclable. And by 2025, they would like to have 100% of their packaging to be recyclable by their brand. They cannot control what their suppliers do, sad to say. And these are the SDGs that I was telling you at the beginning. Those are the SDGs where they have an influence and they would like to work on improving that. As far as Amazon, they have a 5% reduction in what they call carbon intensity metric, which means that the volume of a product in the volume of the product, there has been a reduction of carbon by cubic meter. I believe that it's a funny way to handle figures and to say that we are 5% more sustainable. But at least they want to reduce. They like to use 42% of renewable. The use of energy should be 42% from renewables. And then 97% of the sellers opted to donate excess stock. It means that the inventories from sellers is any company that sells in Amazon. If they have an excess inventory, they can donate that. This is very important, especially as far as clothing sales and food sales, where Amazon is becoming strong through e-commerce, online commerce, on the internet. And to donate that food is a way to reduce carbon emissions due to food. And then also 33% of their plastic, they were able to reduce their use of plastic in all the products bought in Amazon, and they would like to have, they have an ambition of having 100% of their plastics recyclable. These are some examples that I'm showing you here that have been extracted from the Amazon corporate social responsibility. It's important to know that they donated 4.6 million pounds to charity. So, if you go to SDG number 12, which is responsible production, responsible consumption and production, and climate change, comparing these companies, Tesco, as far as climate change, they have been working in that. And in some supermarkets and some of the distribution chains or distribution centers, they are generating their own energy. they have a score of A. Here, the categories are high disruptive sustainability transition, less disruptive sustainability transition, status quo, and highly disruptive transition. Tesco, Tesco as far as climate change and renewable energies, Amazon not so much, but even so, in the last few years, they have started to invest in renewable energy. As far as food waste, they are also donating food. It's not just to donate food, but then also to reduce the energy because of this food. And as far as plastics, they are both making efforts, but Tesco have a plastic reduction plan that is more aggressive. It's important to know that Amazon, not everything depends on them because they are an open marketplace and they just sell all the products that are there around the world. You can sell anything in Amazon. So it's mainly a matter of education and collaboration with suppliers. And finally, I would like to show you Unilever. I believe is one, maybe I consider, in my opinion, is one of the most sustainable companies in the world as far as food. They have a plan to be net zero by 2039 and net zero in their own operations by 2030. 96% less waste. They have reduced their food waste or the waste in production, organic waste, in 96%. They have achieved this reduction, and they have a plan to be zero waste to landfill by 2025. They have recycled 97% of their own operations waste by 2019. And by 2025, they would like to be a food producer that will have 100% of plastic that will be reused, recycled, or compostable, which means that it can be used as fertilizer. So all this information, you can see it on the Unilever's website, and there are many interesting things, but I would like to end my presentation by saying that to these net zero emissions for companies to have a net zero emissions goal is not just something cool, something that is ethically, that maybe you might feel very ethically or morally motivated to achieve, but it's a must. Because changes in legislation by all governments around the world and everything that is coming, we need to be ready for that. The other point is zero food waste. To reduce organic waste in a supply chain is not just a matter of the client or the customer or the supermarket chain, is everybody's responsibility. And the main thing is to have the proper assessment of the demand. If the supermarket or the supermarket chain is not able to forecast demand, this can lead to a big food waste for the supplier, for the company that produces food, but then also for the customer. But the customer, or as consumers, if a supermarket chain makes us buy more food, if a supermarket chain makes us buy more food, there's going to be more food waste at home. Plastic reduction, I would like to emphasize that to recycle and to reuse is important in regards to plastics, all the packaging of food, and the collaboration between suppliers, and to have an engagement so everyone knows what is sustainable and what is not sustainable. This is essential. There is a lot of confusion, honestly, regarding sustainability, and this needs to be corrected. When you do, or when your companies or or your industry does a forecast or a financial plan and to see how you can be more sustainable, you cannot do that with traditional financial plans like in the 90s in Wall Street, where everything had to deliver income revenues in 1 or 2 years. You need to have a more long-term financial horizon. So this takes me to the end of my presentation. I don't know if you have any questions. I will be very happy to answer. We really want to thank Dr. Vasco for his talk and for being with us this morning. Because of time constraints, we won't be able to have a question and answer session, and we are going to continue with the next.
Continuamos con nuestra programación dándole paso
Continuing with our agenda with Professor Bart Van Hoof with his presentation, Decarbonizing the Supply Chains of the Agro Industry and Circular Economy. Dr. Van Hoof is an associate professor of the School of Business Administration of the University of the Andes in Bogota, Colombia. He has a PhD in industrial ecology from the Erasmus University of Rotterdam, Holland. His interests in terms of research and teaching are focused on diffusing environmental management practices, industrial systems, and agri-food industries in emergent markets, Colombia, Peru, Paraguay, Panama, and Mexico. Welcome, Dr. Bart Van Hoof. Thank you very much, Maria Clara. Thank you so much to the Embassy of the UK for the invitation to participate in such an interesting scenario. Thank you to Professor Rothman for being with us today, and also to Professor Sanchez for the introduction that I hope connects really well with the presentation that I would like to share with you today. Also, I would like to greet very warmly Angela and Alejandro Sanz, two friends who participate also in this event. in this presentation event. In my presentation, I would like to answer 3 questions that connect very much to the previous presentation because they're focused on circular economy and circular economy as a tool for decarbonization of the agri-food chains in Latin America. So we have to join the story of Professor Sanchez, this global story, and from the point of view of the UK, my presentation would try to take it on from the perspective of Latin America. So we will really see the importance of circular economy for the agro chain, and especially that part that happens in the countries in our region. We will see how a good methodology and good practices like escalating and why the circular economy represents, as we saw, the half full glass or the opportunity of decarbonization. So those challenges that we saw, those goals are very ambitious from the different companies. The goals of the global chains will really push the projects of circular economy and decarbonization, or are really pushing them in our countries. And this can also be great opportunities. So we will see an example here from Colombia about a case and a good practice of decarbonization. And then we will see a broader perspective for all of Latin America of where these opportunities lie for the next decades for the circular economy as a tool for decarbonization. So here we will go a little bit faster because several numbers were already given by Professor Sanchez. But the circular economy as a tool for decarbonization makes a lot of emphasis on resources, the flows of the resources. And in that, the agro-food chains are very important because, first of all, because it uses a lot of resources, natural resources, and on the other side, they're very vulnerable to climate change. So when we see these, when we look at this data, we know that agriculture uses a great part of the land. The use of the land is very important, and also the use of water. In agriculture, agriculture is one of the biggest consumers of water in the world. And in terms of greenhouse effect gases, we see that at a worldwide level, agriculture plays a relatively smaller role in comparison to everything that we consider is the energy sector. So in a lot of the countries, the transition of energy is like a great priority of decarbonization. And in Latin America, as we will see, the importance of the use of the land and water is greater than the total of the world. So we see that especially this increases the contribution where we include indirect effects like the use of the land, burning of biomass, and we still have in some countries like Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador, we have a lot of this as well. And the other side, bioclimate change, the agri-food chains use a lot of resources in soil and water, and they contribute, therefore, to climate change. But on the other side also, the chains are very vulnerable to climate change. Precisely, climate change has a lot of incidence on rain, the availability of water, and the land. So the projections regarding climate change also project a significant reduction in productivity, especially or precisely for certain crops. For example, for grains like corn, rice, and wheat, there are reductions in productivity from 10 to up to 25%. And that is meaningful. The reductions are not the same for all the different crops, but for example, also for a country that produces coffee like Colombia, losses are projected in productivity that are significant precisely because of changes in climate. and this will make food much more expensive. So here we also clearly see where there is more impact, more vulnerability to climate change, then it will have a significant change in the price. So we see that the agri-food chains are very important because it generates a lot of resources and they're very vulnerable to climate change. And when we look at this level at the global level, we see that Latin America, the region, contributes regarding the emissions of agro. It plays a significant role with 17%. So these are data of that 25% of contribution from the agroforestry sector to climate change and the world distribution. So we see that great part of the contribution of agro to climate change is in Asia, and that Latin America and the Caribbean have 17%. And mainly, the sector of a higher contribution is the dairy and meat industry. And that is in the majority of the countries in the region. And in Colombia, this is just the trend. So when we see and we consider, we're going to have the conditions of circular economy, like I mentioned at the beginning, sets in the central eye the flow of materials and energy, the flow of resources. And that's what we see here, which is a balance of flows and resources that connects with the value chain. That includes the extraction, that includes the transformation, the production, the distribution, and the consumption of materials. So when we balance that out, and what this shows is the balance of the global economy of the resources. So we see that in this balance of flow of resources at a worldwide level, we see that 25% is biomass resources. So a fourth part is biomass out of all the resources that we extract in the world. Others are related to fuels and materials and minerals and construction materials, the other 75%. But this 25% of biomass, where is it? Well, a great part of it is in the crops. Great part of it is in the crops. A small part in animals and in forestry. And in transformation, then, the great majority of the crops becomes foods and fibers. Fibers for paper, etc. And wood for products and construction materials and paper. And in the transformation of foods, then we see that this takes us to the different uses of the biomass of the agro-food chains. The majority ends up in foods and a small part in materials and papers and packaging. So out of the more than 2021 gigatons of biomass destined to foods, just 7 tons become food. And 140%, which is almost 94%, is left in the field. It's residual biomass. And in the foods, obviously, we have 30% in loss and waste. So what is the message here? When we analyze in detail all of the value chain in terms of physical and terms and resources, we see that the agri-food chains are 4% of the produced biomass. What does this mean? That over here in this residual biomass, there is a set of water, nutrients, agrochemicals, a lot of greenhouse effect gases that are located over here in this residual biomass. So the big challenge of the decarbonization of the agri-food chains are optimizing the processes, not just optimizing these processes of foods and reducing losses, but also there is a great opportunity of finding more applications or more added value to this great part of residual biomass that might be taken advantage of in energy and other alternatives, as we will see later on. So this is where the circular economy comes in. Circular economy looks for, on one side, to make that transformation more efficient, to generate less losses and waste, and on the other side, provide higher added value to that residual biomass. So because of this, circular economy offers a very important tool for decarbonization. So what is circular economy? So it's really a global language, and we've been working on this for more than 10 years in different countries around the world. England has a strategy of circular economy precisely to improve the value chains. In Latin America, several countries as well, Chile, Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, also in Mexico, there are strategies of circular economy. There is a national strategy, and what does this do? Circular economy is precisely trying to improve and to have a cycle in the chain, to have a linear perspective that, as you know, since more than 150 years ago, to extract, produce, and discard towards a circular system, mimicking the natural systems. In nature, all raw material is taken advantage of, as all residues are taken advantage of as raw material of other systems. So the idea of circular economy is an economy without residues. All of the residues are taken advantage of. So I'm going to give you some very concrete examples. For example, tomatoes that are out of quality specifications, that are discarded perhaps, or eventually thrown away and turned into compost, can also be used, for example, to produce sauces. So food in a hotel for breakfast, the food from breakfast for the next day are converted into juice. So it's about looking for the products that are left over to have new applications for them. So here in Colombia, we have very circular food that is what we call calentado. It's really a very delicious and very well-known dish. It's a dish actually made from what was left over the day before. And that is the principle of circular economy. Of course, this can be done at much bigger scales, because we see all of this biomass that is residual might be or can be taken advantage of. So circular economy looks to have efficient use of resources. And on the other side, it also looks for the regeneration of biodiversity. It seeks to how the regeneration of the ecological systems can contribute to agricultural productivity. Starting from vegetation, especially in the field, we increase resilience with regards to climate change. And the interesting thing is that economy, the circular economy, is a scalable model, because it's a business in itself. So it's producing biofuels starting from residual biomass. It is a business opportunity. For example, like we do in the palm oil sector, or to do compost at an industrial level, to have bioproducts and to do innovations in different types of products. So circular economy has a scale of new applications. So it's really a model that promotes innovation to avoid or to make processes more efficient and avoid residues. But to do circular economy is a great challenge. Circular economy is really not, it's a change of paradigm, and especially in changing the way of thinking, the logic of extract, produce, and discard towards giving good use of residues, accepting residues. And it's a very big challenge because it's a challenge that we all have to learn. It's not just a matter of experts. We all have to learn this. And especially in agro-food chains, at the beginning of the agro-food chain, it's a great challenge because here we see in green, we know it as the tie of the value chain of agro-foods. What does this mean? Well, at the beginning of the chain, a lot of the small producers are very dispersed, and we have some great processors, as Professor Sanchez mentioned, Unilever, Kraft, the great stores, and we have a lot of consumers. And especially at the beginning of the chain, we have a lot of challenges. And these are some examples of the challenges in Colombia, but this applies to other countries of the region. And that is, for example, the agricultural producers that precisely generate all this residual biomass. They have a limited access to education. We don't have technical assistance and formal employment. So it's part of the chain that is less sophisticated and less developed. When we look at the processes, Unilever, the most sustainable company, it's because it has a whole technology. But when we look at the suppliers, there we have the big challenge. And that's why we need a lot of collaboration in the supply chain to elevate the level of the small agricultural producers. So that is where we have a very important part, and that we need to increase the technological level using a lot more the watering, to have a better use of water and have less waste of productivity or loss of productivity with regards to climate change. And there's a lot of technical assistance as well. And we really need to develop that field, and that is a great opportunity for the different countries in Latin America. And from the university, we have been working on in collaboration with companies like Ecopetrol and centers like AgroSavia of agro development, an integral model, because circular economy does not work when the agro company does not work. So when we look at these challenges, we need to work in the circular economy, and these opportunities have to be seen as a general model of the company. And it has to include all of the supply chain. It requires changes at an agricultural level. We require an agro-business vision, not just an agricultural activity, not just a short-term activity, but really establish value of agro-businesses and integrate it to the value chain. So this model, we have been promoting it for several years precisely to connect and technify, because circular economy and decarbonization, as a decarbonization model, requires technology and innovation. So when we look at, for example, the case of cocoa, in Meta, for example, we start working with circular economy, and the first thing that we had to do was connect, as you saw, at a worldwide level, at a crop level, and analyze the resources. And it helps us look at the resources. And these are data that the producer has in their mind, but it doesn't have it explicit or integrated. So to move forward towards making decisions based on data analysis, we see, for example, out of each cocoa bean that is produced, each kilogram of cocoa that is produced, more than 7 kilograms of biomass are generated, with a potential of being valued. So, for example, from the outer shell that is thrown away, which is a residue, there is a high value tea that can be made out of this, like the casing of the bean. It can be used as an ingredient, or it might be turned into compost. So there is a group of practices, circular practices, that benefits the business. But to be able to reach and identify this, we really need work of analysis and quantification to take databases and to make decisions regarding databases. So here you can see, for example, here we compare, you can see on this graph, how these data helps us identify the cost benefit of the great alternatives in circular economy. So here we can see in the vertical axis, we see the ratio of the cost benefit, and then horizontal one, we see the reused biomass. So we see the infusions, it's an opportunity of a higher added value. These are data for a hectare, and we see the infusions that we take from the shells of the cacao. We see a potential of added value that is significant, just as the composting as well. So, and the worm compost. So this that is needed through collaboration in the chain is to generate this type of analysis to help identify to the producer where are the best opportunities, first to have a better business, and in the vertical axis to reuse biomass. So circular economy and decarbonization requires in the agri-food chains making decisions in databases. It requires innovation and optimizing processes. So that's from technology, and it also requires to formalize and integrate the business projects, innovation in that side. And this requires a lot of collaboration, as I said previously. And that is a great opportunity that we have, because we have more than 94% of the biomass to take advantage of. So how does this circular economy, in the case of cocoa, we can really potentialize the potential for Latin America? And here you can see a little bit of the perspectives of exports in agro products to the supply chains, to the agro-food chains for 2030. And we see that the main increases are in meat, eggs, fish oil, sugar, and ethanol. So precisely, we have a lot of contributions to climate change. And we also see a significant increase in fruits and vegetables. So Latin America has one of the great potentials of increasing its contribution even more to the global food chains. But this is the circular economy as a decarbonization model has some opportunities that are very important to support that growth. And the first is the retention of carbon or kidnapping of carbon through long cycle crops. This already exists, but it requires the formalization because, for example, in coffee or cocoa crops, where the crops themselves, other than selling products, can generate additional income through this kidnapping of the carbon and contribute to the global value chains. And they can pay per services for the preservation of the biodiversity in farms precisely to increase the resilience to climate change, but also as measures of retaining the carbon. So keeping the trees within the farms. Something else is adopting and promoting regenerative agriculture. So preserving the natural resources and improve the profitability of the products through compost or through worm compost, or developing products that have added value, like we saw in with cacota. Here we can see in cocoa how cacota can be an ingredient even for chocolate itself. Instead of being turned into compost or instead of just being left in the field, it can be turned into added value products. So of course, starting in research and managing and making decisions. And on the other side, finally, there is also a big challenge in improving packaging from non-returnable packaging towards biodegradable packaging through natural fiber materials that can be produced from the residual biomass that is currently not being used. So with this, I wanted to contribute with a few examples, a few specific examples about circular economy as a decarbonization model in agri-food chains from the perspective of Latin America, from the side of the supply of chains. So Professor Sanchez showed a lot the side of the demand of the processing companies, but in Latin America and in the urban chains, there's a lot of cases of the agro food suppliers. So I wanted to leave my contribution at that, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Dr. Van Koen, for your participation and for being here with us in Connect Agro Series. We will continue with our agenda.
Seguimos con nuestra programación con Alejandro.
We continue with our program with Alejandro Sáenz Merino and his talk, Transformation of the Agriculture Sector and the Challenge of Decarbonization. Alejandro is a visionary entrepreneur in food and agro industry, and his goal is to turn the Colombian agricultural sector into an entrepreneurship sector. The collaboration between the private, public, and academic sectors is the most important element to realize this transformation. Welcome, Alejandro. It's a real pleasure, Maria Clara, and all of you for being here, the embassy, the Universidad de Los Angeles, and let's talk about this topic that Vasco and Bar has already discussed. I would like to also talk about this change, but not just regarding the creation of production and demand, but even more so, and to see how this demand comes from the consumer, from what we eat. And as consumers, we have the responsibility to decarbonize these chains, being aware of how food is produced, and thus start to demand. And if we look from the side of the producers clearly are producing food, but they are mainly producing health, because through food, we can find this good nutrition. So in this whole spectrum of tendencies, we have a growing population, we have urbanization, imports, which is one of the main reasons for all of many of those effects that happen until the food gets to the place where it is consumed. There are many negative effects that are produced, and that's where we are going to have a few resources, and it's also going to affect food security. So we have some trends, and we also have some consumer trends. They are demanding more and more, and that means change in the supply chains. They want to have a clean food, functional food, waste reduction, plastic reduction, and they want to have local consumption that is connected. He wants that to be connected to what they are eating. And we also have sustainable trends. We want to share a journey. We want to live slowly. We want to know where the food comes from and to be connected. These are some of the big trends that are moving this sector, not just the agricultural sector, but in general, all the sectors. And the agricultural sector is a way to produce health. Aristotle said that a long time ago, that to let food be the medicine and the medicine be the food. And here it is, a natural drugstore. The Colombian field and the Colombian fields worldwide, this is where we are. We need to take into consideration not just the production, but all the supply chain, so that this food that is well produced and that is well distributed will really go all the way to the food of consumers and will become these drugs that give us strength with the nutrients that each of the foods have. And this is our dream as a company. We want to take advantage of the Colombian agricultural potential, and we want to believe that it's possible to produce in Colombia. FAO said that is one of the 6 leading countries that can contribute to food security. So the civets, the first letter in the civets is Colombia. So we need to believe that and take advantage of all of our potential and export Colombian products where food needs to be accessible to everyone without exception. This is what we do. Science Feti is a family company, and for over 60 years, we have been transforming agriculture in Colombia. We want to have we want to see what production methodologies there are worldwide and find the elements that we can give to producers so that they will produce well and increase their productivity. And today I'd like to talk in detail about some examples so that you can see by increasing productivity, but always optimizing and taking care of the environment. That's how we need to work. It's not a matter of maximizing production by area unit or by animal, but always taking care of the environment. So we are a bridge between the producer and the marketer. In other words, at the top, where you can see each of these 5 lines of images vertically, here is a cluster of each of the chain, and it starts with some seed. And finally, it ends at the end of the chain. Here, you can see that very clearly with some restaurants that have implemented sustainability. So those will be the second images vertically, where you have eaten in these restaurants, and they work together. The chefs at those restaurants, they go to the research centers where they show the different varieties. You create a demand on the consumer, and they require some production parameters so that the producer will produce very well, and then they will go to the supermarket or directly to the consumer's plate. And that's where the consumers see the relevance. As consumers, we need to know what our food comes from, and thus requesting a better quality. That better quality doesn't mean greater price, because by having greater quality, if we have the proper model, we can increase the productivity. And then the price of that head of lettuce or that food is going to be lower. So we need to transfer knowledge to all the different stakeholders in the chain, from the producer to the consumer and along the whole distribution chain. And we can see that the distribution We can see in 2020, there is a mistake there. It should say 2020. The agricultural production, about 40% is wasted. That's about 10 million tons every year. Maybe in the production, because maybe we don't use the proper seeds, or we don't plan in the proper way of the production practice. And climate change affects that, obviously. So we have a big waste in agricultural production, but that's not everything. If we add everything else, you can see the other 60% that is wasted, either in the harvesting and storage, in the processing and packaging, in the distribution, and in the consumption. If we look at this graph in the United States or in Europe, it's the other way around. They have very little loss in production, some loss in harvesting, processing, and distribution, but most of the waste generated is in the consumption, because a lot of food is thrown out. So as consumers, we need to understand the whole chain and demand quality. And Colombia is the place where we need to produce, where we have to produce food. And the biggest innovation is not in the inputs, it's not the technology. That's clearly needed. But the first thing is to change the mindset of agro businessmen, like Bart said in his presentation. But if you look at the agricultural sector as agro-business, you have a farm, which is a production site, and then you put some raw material in there that you use for a productive process that leads to an end product that you have to distribute, market. You need to have human resources, logistics, all the components or processes that you need in any real economy sector. So this is the biggest input that the Colombian agriculture needs. We need to believe this, we need to change our mindset, and the photos that I'm going to show you speak for themselves of what Colombia is and what I have had the opportunity to see in different countries, both in the Netherlands, in the UK, and the US. And I want to tell you about these technologies, and so that they can be accessible to producers. So if you look at production models, usually here you produce in the open field, but you can have vertical agriculture, indoor farming, precision agriculture, agriculture 4.0, artificial intelligence, blockchain. All these technologies are accessible for worldwide producers, and we need to make them accessible to Colombian producers so that they can take advantage of this agricultural potential and improve the supply chain. If we are able to implement these productive models, what are we going to have? Better productivity, as I said at the beginning. These are the two specific points that I want to tell you about, that in Colombia, we produce about 8 kilos of tomatoes by square meter. That's the national average. In the research and development center in Cundinamarca of our company, we produce to see how we can increase that productivity with financial models that have been tested, not just financially, but also technically. And that leads to a real transformation and a partnership with the banking sector, so that productive projects will be financed. So instead of financing projects because of the person and not because of the project. So we can have 50 kilos per square meters, and in the Netherlands, 90 kilos per square meter. And if we look at the livestock sector, okay, many people have herds and they do deforestation, but we want to show that most of the people do this right. And if you do it right, you can have agricultural and forestry systems that are net zero and that can be good for the production both of meat and milk. For instance, to take a cow or a sheep in Colombia can take 36 months until they are productive, but in Brazil it's only 24 months. So the best way that we can do that with better productive systems will be more sustainable. And that's not the end of the story. On the left, you can see how the spinach or carrots are washed in Boyacá instead of a company in California where they are cleaning that same spinach and the same carrots. So you see all the ways that we were telling you at the beginning and how you can really reduce that waste if we change the mindset. Or transportation. We have our cold chain, which is to wet the product, put it in a truck, which, as you see in the picture, is not close, whereas a truck in a Netherlands company, it doesn't have to be very big, it can be very small. Like I saw in the city of Barcelona, a bicycle with a container that was totally sealed because we are transporting health through the food, and through the food we get the nutrition. So all those chains are changing. And when we go to a supermarket site, for instance, in Bogota, on the left, and Los Angeles on the right, is the same project. But on the right, you see that things are it's done in an orderly way. You have packaging, things that protect the product, but on the left, there is a total waste. So that's where we need to start changing and understand this, for sure from the academic part, but also on the business side, on the public side, that we need to attack these needs in order to achieve a decarbonization in the whole chain. And then also the showing of the products. This is a dove doing what she usually does. And another place at the Eco Plaza in the Netherlands, where they show products that you really want to eat. This is a transformation that we're leading step by step. Why? Because what we eat has an impact on the world. So on the left, okay, like they were saying, calentado is very good. But when it is produced, well, like we were looking at the pictures on the left side, that's not the best way to produce it. So when you eat those vegetables, sad to say, there could be chemical products, there can be waste, the interaction with the environment, with diseases, which means that the daily consumption per capita is only 200 grams of vegetables per day, whereas in the rest of the world it's 400 grams. And on the right, there is a photo of a better food, but as I say, it's not a matter of having expensive food. You need to make it accessible, but if we produce right, we're going to export different products, because if what we're looking is a cheap price, what happens? You have these supply chains full of negative effects throughout the whole chain. So we need to change the mindset and look for different things. That's what the world is seeking. And Colombia has signed free trade agreements where it can show its products, Colombian products abroad. But if we produce them the way that, sad to say, they are produced right now, we're going to generate this negative change. We need to change and understand what markets are looking. They're looking for health, quality, and safety. So there is flowers, there is so first of all, farmers need to be businessmen and use their companies to produce products. And you can achieve that through a golden triangle between the academia, the state, and the private sector, all working together to transform Colombian agriculture, where technology can overcome any ideology. And this is only accomplished in a transparent way, showing consumers, telling them what you're doing, the story, the narrative behind each food production. In the Netherlands, you can see that when the consumer knows who produced that coffee, who produced that cocoa, and this generates social responsibility, like Vasco said. Unilever does that in a wonderful way. So we need to have Colombian producers generate that. And in the end, as a company, together with the Universidad de los Andes, we can be a wonderful member of this golden triangle of the academia, the state, and the private sector working together. Right now, we are working at the Agro Export Fair that started on October 22nd, and next Monday is going to end. We are showing a project, a container, like you see there, where we're producing tomatoes. And we're producing tomatoes in a totally sustainable way. On the top of this container, there are solar panels. And inside, we control the temperature. We have LED lights. We have the relative humidity. We introduce CO2. And we can achieve 120 kilos of tomatoes per square meter. But the most important thing is that we produce and at the same time, we take care of natural resources. In Colombia, to produce 1 kilo of tomatoes, you need about 60 kilos of water. With these technologies, you only use 4 liters of water. So we are not just increasing productivity and giving access to products with traceability to consumers, reaching also international markets, but also taking care of the environment all the time. So the change in the agriculture is not happening in the future. It's not something for tomorrow. It's happening now in Colombia. And this afternoon, the First Lady will visit this container. And we really want to thank the Universidad de los Andes for being partners of this big project. And this is how we need to do it. We need to transform Colombian agriculture through education. We need to believe that this can be done, and we need to work in these sustainable agricultural systems. And we need to really believe in this country. We have a wonderful nature. We really need to believe that is what is good for agriculture is good for everyone. Thank you very much. Very well. Thank you so much, Alejandro, for your talk and for participating in our event. We're going to have a short question and answer session with our moderator. Please go ahead.
Muchas gracias, Alejandro. La verdad, es muy impresionante tu
Thank you so much,
presentación.
Alejandro. Your presentation was really impressive, and the vision that you have is fascinating, that we can also visit this container right now. I believe it's an example and also an idea that could have repercussions in all of Latin America. Imagine that you're also connected with other initiatives in the region. And I have a question that we got from one of the people here. When people buy, what a consumer needs to take into consideration if they to buy in a sustainable way, what are the criteria that you recommend, or how the producers could inform the consumer, to let them know that the product was produced in a sustainable way. As consumers, we have the responsibility to change these supply chains. We need to drive that change. We need to see that they use good agricultural practices. One of them is the certification. These kind of certifications generate a standard that takes into consideration good practices, distribution, everything that is behind that. So the more that we demand that, we have the key to change the food game. If you play Monopoly, it doesn't matter usually. There will be a winner at the end. The rules of the game are set in that way. So what we need to do is to change the food game rules. So, and if consumers demand that, we will be able to change all these kind of chains. So we need to be more aware, and certification really help in that sense. Thank you, Alejandro. Well, another question that we got. What is your feeling? How far along have we moved regarding sustainable agriculture in Latin America? What is missing? Where do you think are the big challenges to be able to scale up these ideas? Examples in Latin America are there: Mexico, Peru, Chile. And why these examples? Because they realize that they can produce well and they can get to international markets, so they produce well. So this is one of the success factors, is that they have understood that the inputs to produce can go into the country. So for instance, the equivalent of the ICA in both in Chile and Peru, those are institutions that are technical institutions focused on producers getting these products. We can have different dialogues with the Universidad of Los Andes and a white paper to presenting these kind of proposals to the government. We need to believe that this is possible, that we can do that, and we need to make these tools accessible to producers. But again, the examples are right here. Why do these examples work? Because since they have free trade agreements, especially Mexico with the United States, they did the NAFTA, and they say, okay, when you need to be able to export to the United States, you need to meet these production characteristics. And when you achieve that, then you will have real access to this market. Otherwise, sad to say, otherwise we will have those Colombian products will be admitted on paper, but not in reality. Excellent, Alejandro. Once again, thank you so much for your presentation and your ideas. And with this, I know that today you have an important program. I want to wish you a lot of success with the First Lady visit. And I know that this will have repercussions on facilitation and access to markets. So I wish you a very nice afternoon. Thank you so much for sharing this space with us. Thank you so much, Gordon. A hug to all of you. Thank you so much, Alejandro and Dr. Gordon, for this question and answer session. We're going to continue with our program.
Gracias a cada uno de los que nos siguen acompañando e igualmente les damos la bienvenida a quienes están
To all
conectando.
of you who are still with us, and we welcome everyone who's connecting now. Remember that you can ask questions to each one of our speakers in the chat so that they can answer live. Now, we will have our speaker Alejandro Lozano with his presentation, Initiative for Decarbonization for the Coffee Sector. Alejandro is the Marketing and Innovation Manager for Expo Coffee. He is an economist with an MBA and master's degree in marketing from the University of the Andes. He has more than 16 years of experience in the coffee industry internationally, and since 2017, he has been the manager in marketing and innovation in Expo Café SA, where he has been able to reformulate the area to materialize the availability of a diverse and inclusive social base to escalate commercialization of its coffees in the most demanding markets. Alejandro, welcome. Hi, Maria Clara. Thank you so much for that presentation, that introduction. Thank you so much, Gordon and Lisa, for the invitation. Angela, it's great to see you again. And those here at the event, thank you so much for paying attention to us. And we will have this presentation. I thought the presentation of the international demand was very interesting regarding the difficulty to be able to take these business models. According to what Professor Bart said about all those technologies and those changes that we can do, and what our friend Alejandro mentioned about entering technology. So here, what we have from those 20 minutes in Expo Café is understanding that path of presenting how we have had that initiative of decarbonization for the coffee area in our case. It's a learning opportunity that we're going to present so that all of you can understand how our path has been regarding what has been the measurement of CO2 and the alliances. Briefly, I mentioned that Expo Café is a company that is exporting the coffee cultures companies that is very traditional in all the international markets, and it's made up by 32 cooperatives, 15 of them very active in our social base of certification. We have about 40,000 coffee producers. And the work that we're going to show here is a joint effort that we have developed with the Andes University through a cooperation agreement. So here we will briefly see what has been the evolution of Expo Café and his team, the team that I lead in innovation and marketing, as you mentioned. Since 2017, this is the agenda that we're going to show what started going from 2017 to 2021. In the year 2017, we began with an identification of our objectives in terms of innovation and sustainability. We have an organizational change. We didn't only see the sustainability as a product, but we thought about it as a way to market and innovate, to have a business model that is more sustainable. Since the year 2018, we rethought the process of the company and innovation and the company, how we had to change our team internally to be able to respond to the needs of coffee growers and cooperatives, obviously of our clients. And in 2019, we thought, and we took on the role and from the tactic to practice an innovation model towards 2020, we were able to consolidate the organizational structure after internal changes, the way of thinking, the way of operating. And by 2021, well, we can present some experiments, some reaches, to put it some way. We harvested what we had planted since 2017 and 2018. This will be the agenda that we will very quickly carry out so that we can please keep in mind these 5 points of that path. Here we have a lot of business people so that you can get excited and think that there's more to go before we start. So the first thing, the identification of the innovation and sustainability objectives. It's very important to have this clear, to align and to connect with the mission that we have as a company. Expo Café as a company has the mission of generating value to its stakeholders and to be a commercializer of coffee in Colombia that generates higher value and sustainability of the producers. Right now, we are amongst the top 5 exporters of the country. In Colombia, approximately 40% of the coffee that is exported is coffee that is categorized as mainstream, so standard coffee. 60% is sustainable coffee. And in Expo Café, we have an orientation, different orientation in our portfolio. We established as a sustainable and differentiated portfolio, which is like 75% of the company's operation and 25% for standard coffee. So we behave ourselves in an inverse way than the rest of the industry. We analyze our strengths in the supply chain, knowing that we are a base of cooperatives of coffee growers, and we obviously present the challenges that we will have, how we will carry them out. So you can see on the right side of the presentation, we're very strong in the Fair Trade Green Forest Alliance. You can see organic certifications, everything that has to do with organic for the different countries, and cafe practices that serves a very important client like Starbucks. So that way, with these certifications, we are able to commercialize approximately 75% of our portfolio as differentiated and sustainable. And sustainable, it's 56%. How do we rethink ourselves towards 2017 and 2018, what we were going to do in terms of innovation? I think it's very important what Alejandro mentioned regarding the innovation, regarding technology and being disruptive, having a technology that allows the sector to be changing. But we have to start from the internal side and really know how we are going to rethink ourselves and innovate from the business model. So the first thing is, what do we sell? And what we were mentioning from the agriculture point of view, we don't just sell coffee, we sell relationship, we sell experience, and we sell innovation. So we think we start to be more aware and to identify what was it that we sold. Second, how do we deliver that product into the market? Something really important that we're working on with the Andes University, which is the logistics and sustainability. Also really important. Additionally, what Alejandro was showing in one of the slides, but we can determine or understand, which is the augmented product. One thing is a standard coffee bean that is not cultivated with any certification. It's different if I have a fair trade certification, a rainforest certification. And if additionally, I also have some traceability processes and more transparency in all of the value chain. That also has to be communicated and be able to express it to clients. This is the second part of the stage where we start to improve. Also, who I deliver my product to. Normally, we think that the product and in innovation, there's also an orientation towards a certain type of market, only the great brands, only Unilever, only Kraft, in innovation and sustainability. And we saw that there were other clients, both in different economic sectors, not just the coffee industry, but also non-traditional clients in coffee or sustainability. So not just direct ourselves toward traditional brands, but also those brands that were in the need of having good sustainability processes, and with which most likely, because of communication issues, there was not a significantly clear connection. To innovate in the business model in these three first points, we also have to define how the team is made up. Something really important here in the theory of organizations. How do I reorganize my work team so that my work team can be a highly performing team? Transfer of knowledge. We work under the methodology of Japanese practices, rotation of roles. We all share, we transfer knowledge, a lot of empowerment, coaching to give a lot of freedom to the people who work in the team. And something really important of the Oriental knowledge philosophy. Nobody owns any process. Nobody owns the information. We all share to build. And fifth, very important in that innovation and the business model, the strategic allies that we have. Here, as Alejandro was mentioning, in this golden triangle, we've brought down the academy and with the local governments and obviously with our clients, but we've broadened it to the work models also involving the communities. One second, please. So this is a success case that was very interesting. It's a brand that you can visit in Germany. It belongs to a coffee company called Master Cafe that is part of a toasting company that we have relationship with, that is called Chibu, one of the toasters of the most important retails in coffee in Germany. We built an integrative projects from the work based with coffee growers, with communities, understanding their needs and helping with these clients with a lot of information and impact work. Very important in the focus of water and taking care of water to start transforming the value chain and that way our clients can have new products and that these products can explain to the end users what are the actions that are taken either to reduce a water print or a carbon print. The fourth point then is within the objectives that we had, it was to consolidate a structure to support the strategy of development of new products. As the first presenters were saying, something that is not easy, a challenge. The first thing that we did was implement a unified model of work for innovation, a methodology which is a stage gauge model to be able to go through the different stages. We require a compliant methodology. And second, which is very important here with the support of the Academy, define and have a policy of sustainability and a prioritization of the OOSs, like Vasco was mentioning in his initial presentation. Here we have the support of consultants in a contest that we were able to win for a consulting process with an agreement that we have with the Andes University, and we were able to define the sustainability policy and the prioritization of 7 objectives: end of poverty, working in education, and the processes of exporting coffee and sustainability processes, programs for gender equality, clean water and basic scenarios, responsible use, action for climate, which was something that we saw completely foreign and a little bit difficult, and obviously some alliances that would contribute to do the development of all these processes because we cannot do it on our own. And as a third point, we have the creation of a brand of our own sustainable program as a reflection of our social and business expression. So as I said, initially, Cocafe has 85% of its portfolio in sustainable and differentiated. We have a very broad experience of the base and all the certifications of coffee that we currently have in the world. And we thought that we had enough maturity to be able to take on new challenges and go further. And we created the brand that you see at the lower part, WRM, Water Resource Management, a blue coffee bean. And it's a registered brand in Colombia under the superintendency and 5 types of the NISA agreement, and under which we will show you the projects that we have developed. This is water resource management. We have 7 projects throughout the country. We like to work in vulnerable areas, in marginal areas, vulnerable population, indigenous people, children, women, to be able to comply with some challenges and work under a different philosophy, an integrated and different way than the normal philosophy that there exists. So we do integrative work with the communities and with local governments and other members of the coffee sector, and obviously with our clients of the coffee sector. And these 7 projects that we have been able to participate in, here are the details of each one. A lot of them are focused in that W, water, decreasing the negative impact in 2 points of the economic and human activity. One, which is the activity of the houses that unfortunately homes, a lot of the homes in the mountains of the coffee growers don't have septic systems or bathrooms that will impact the soil and the water sources. And as we know, Colombian coffee is soft and washed. It requires a lot of use of water, 40 liters approximately of dry and benefited coffee, which also leads to negative impacts in the water sources. So in these 7 projects that we're working on at a national level, also levered by a certification, which is fair trade certification, we have been able to change that paradigm that we were talking about initially to reduce the water prints that are related to the emission. And we're going to also show you what our work in CO2 has been. Why CO2? As Bart and Vasco were mentioning initially, according to literary sources, we have been able to identify that 66% of the CO2 emissions are generated by the management of water and fertilizers at a farm level. So we're talking about a population, the coffee grower population, with low standards of basic needs that are satisfied. We're talking about a lot of poverty in the field. So here we are rethinking how can we, despite of doing a high commercialization of sustainable coffee, go a little bit beyond, because not only do we want to be commercializers, as they were saying at the presentation, at 2035, this is a challenge. Either we change it or the world will change us. So here we have the 66% is residual waters, fertilizers, how they can have a negative participation, the transportation out of the farm, the management of the residues and the crops, pesticides, and processing, amongst other. So despite not being technical in the agricultural part, we do know who they are. We know a lot of them. We have friends with which we have done parts of the following stages of transformation in the value chain. So we're going to go very quickly from left to right in the presentation of what is the value chain. How can we put together that puzzle, understanding that it is not an easy process. It's not a definition that is immediate, but that is work that with discipline, with love, and with a good focus, we can do little by little. So at a farm level, what do? We have sensitization workshops related to climate change with the producers. We do land analysis for fertilization and some foliar analysis to do more intelligent and more focused fertilizer and use less amount of fertilizer for every space. Management of residual waters, as I mentioned. Reforestation. Here in the objective number 17, we have partners or allies that are very important. For example, the ONG here, Solidarity, with the National Federation of Coffee Growers. So the sustainability steps that also helps us to do all the activities. And obviously later on, we will see how a measurement is generated in the second point of view from the cooperatives, which are our owners, and also with the technical teams of the cooperatives. We do the training processes. We promote the development of sustainable certification, something really important here, because as an exporting company, not just do we buy from cooperatives and they manage and do the certifications, we do a joint effort where between the two companies, we generate and we're responsible for these certification processes. For our cooperatives, like I said, it's about 15 cooperatives and approximately 40,000 coffee growers that we work with. So here you see a midpoint, and it's in a decarbonization process. We did the first test for using an electric vehicle in Colombia. That was done with the support of the Zero project and the relationship that the Andes University gave us with the Colombian entrepreneur sector that was already doing tests in that sense. And the level of processing, we're very careful with how the grounders have to comply with the certification. And these plants, these types of plants that are plants operated by cooperatives and cooperatives own them, have already been involved and having better practices. Here we have the case of a grinding company like Café Scopex in Valle del Cauca, which is the one on the right. And we move on, and it's not easy to continue in the decarbonization process, but once again, with the initiative 00 of the Andes University, and you can see between the transit of the grinding company to the port project, which is the one that we have as Tableau, which is an algorithm, a system that is used in joint effort between the Andrés Bello University and the Andes University, where there is a number of data of the vehicles that are transporting the threshing machines to the port, and there we're able to understand what is the estimated measurement, the estimated emission that the trucks can have in terms of CO2 emissions. And from that point towards the left, we can see in the value chain that we can have more awareness of the measurement regarding the emission, and we'll see which actions are there additionally. And from the port and towards the client, we did a measurement also with the support of the Andes University, and this goes to a client in the United Kingdom. It's really important, the support that the UK government is giving, and also the UK clients for this case. And we did a measurement from the cooperative farm towards the farm to the port for this client, Finless, which is an important toaster in the United Kingdom, that processes all this coffee to the most important retail, which is in Sainsbury. So we also did the measurement between the joint project that we're having with the Andes University, and now we have an interpretation and some data that, like I mentioned initially, we needed more before thinking about how to go into this work. This is an example of the measurements that we've had approximately for the transportation. It can transport around 30,000 kilos of coffee already export type. We had an emission of 0.5 kilos per kilogram of CO2 per kilogram of coffee. From the C point of view, as you see below, to the left, it was 0.025 per one container. and very precise and interesting information. And you can see what is the software that the algorithm of CO2 measurement has, which is the one that is used by the Andrés Bello University here with the help of the Andrés Bello University. We have this with the transportation companies. Right now we have 7 transportation companies that we're working with. That's the challenge as exporters. The variables that we can affect the most or that we can generate a change in, it's the one direct contracting. So despite the fact that the re-emission of the transportation part, we can contribute to have an improvement. In the bottom part, you see the use of the electric vehicle. It's not easy at all to integrate a new vehicle into an operation. There normally does not have this type of vehicle at a municipal level, but it was possible. It was possible to have an interest from authorities and others. Sorry. Here at a farm level, as I was mentioning on the left side, the type of trainings with the value chains that we have certified, everything that is done in the soil analysis, and all the sustainability project, WRM, which is to attack and decrease that pollution of waters that contaminate the land. So you're seeing all those tanks that we have over here, which is water treatments, also drums to receive coffee in a more efficient way and reduce the consumption of water. And this is also accompanied by the generation of septic wells and sanitary systems for the coffee growers. So the challenge is really strong. We're using a software called the Cool Farm Tool. We hope to have a study where we're going to use other softwares to be able to have broader understanding of what it is at a farm level and how we can generate, like Bart was saying, that capture and to not generate so much waste, so much emission. So the result is more or less 2.5 kilograms of CO2 per kilogram of coffee, dry coffee, that an equivalent of export coffee is more or less 1.6 kilos of CO2 per kilo of coffee. So it's pretty high. So we see that finally, a lot of the emission is going to depend on fertilizing water, as the previous speakers were mentioning. At a vehicle level, well, it's reduced, but it's also important to attack this part of the problem to start having like a calculation that is more sustainable. And the important thing is, at the end, that within innovation and marketing that we're doing, and under our own initiative, which is our desire and our interest in sustainability, under our water resource management, the Blue Coffee Bean brand, we're able to create within the umbrella an extension of the product that is called low carbon coffee, which is coffee that we have developed with this Inglés client with their support, despite the fact that we don't have everything ready. But the international clients already said, any initiatives that you have, any actions that you can take, let's work together, let's recognize the sustainability, and hopefully soon we're going to have more direct support that is also levered within those certifications that are very traditional, like the Fair Trade certification. So I would be very glad to present all of this initiative, all of this information. Thank you so much once again for your attention, and I am ready to answer any question that you might have. We thank Alejandro for his intervention, and we are going on to the Q&A sessions moderated by Dr. Gordon. Go ahead.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Alejandro.
Thank you very much, Alejandro, for your presentation. There are several questions for you. We select two to ask you. The first one, Alejandro, is how long did it take to do the transformation of the company and the network of coffee growers that you work with, because it seems to be a very big challenge. Yes, very big, Gordon. Thank you very much for the question. And well, it's taken us approximately 3 years. 3 years for everybody to understand And organizational change is not easy here amongst the concepts of organizational theory, but in the masters, it was one of the things that I liked the most, that I enjoyed the most, because it's like the engineering of relationships, and like finally as a building, like that I had to build. So you have to plan it, you have to imagine it, put in a lot of art into it, and then you have to go into the terrain to work with people to achieve those changes at a micro level with your work team, and then slowly start expanding. And when you see it in an agricultural business, well, it's something that takes time. So you have to be patient and be objective, have a lot of focus, and finally, it can be achieved. So after 3 years of hard work for the 3 years and some changes, we felt that we have a very consolidated team, and that team of ours, so that the audience can understand it, we multiply it or replicate it with the teams of the cooperatives. So when you have a very well-defined team, it's a team that is able to multiply itself in different regions, like that time approximately. Thank you. Great, thank you, Alejandro. It seems that after that process of transformation is very interesting. And some questions that we got are related to what have been the main challenges in the farms to minimize carbon footprint, to work on water. And if you want yourself to start with your own crop, where do you consider that would be the starting point? Yes, the most important thing, Gordon, I think that when we're talking about improving the life conditions, and like Alexandro Science was mentioning in the previous conversation, I think everybody wants to do it. That's the first thing. I mentioned this from the internal side of generating a change. It's not difficult. It's not impossible. We can find a lot of information that you're working on. You can find a lot of information and support in the universities at a local level. It's something really simple to do. So people have to activate their internal force, go towards the next steps and say, okay, if I want to decrease the water contamination that I have in my productive unit, what do I have to do? You can go to a store, a distributor, and see if you have any agreements with any companies. You can go to a mayor's office, local government. You can go to a university, and you can start generating that change. So from that point of view, we've seen that the producers that we work with, every time we say, do you want to have a better bathroom? Do you want to have, for us to contribute with a system of capturing residual water, but you also have to support, you have to contribute? The answer has always been yes. So a lot of it has to do with the change of the paradigm that, oh, I can't do it, it's impossible, it's too expensive, it's a lot of engineering. That's not true. There's a lot of experts. We've worked with a lot of companies, like in Colombia, for example, PAFCO, which is an expert in waters. We've also worked with Corona, which is one of the biggest companies in generating or manufacturing ceramics for bathrooms. We've worked with the Grupo Argos Foundation, which is one of the strongest ones in cement production. So what we're seeing is that the world needs a change, and that each one has to put in that internal force to be able to achieve the micro achievement that later, as we see it, we cluster it and it becomes a macro. Great. And obviously the last thing that you mentioned, collaboration amongst the different actors and transversely in the public and private sector of the academics, I think has been a clear advantage. And I also think also very important, the leadership that you take as Expo Cafe to give examples and with that motivate others. So Alejandro, thank you very much once again for your participation, your presentation. It's been an honor to have you here and share these ideas. So have a good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you so much, Gordon. Thank you so much, everyone. And let's please motivate ourselves to make these changes. It's not impossible. And it's really what our country and the world requires, to be able to set an example that we can have sustainable change and with circular economy. Thank you so much once again for the support of the Andes University. Wonderful. All the members, look for the support of your university, study, and you'll see things can be done. Good afternoon for everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Gracias a ambos por esta sesión y a ustedes por seguir
Thank you both for this session and for staying connected. Before we continue, we're going to have some questions and answers with the speakers that started.
Bueno, mis queridos colegas, qué gusto haber.
Well, my dear colleagues, it was very nice to listen to you this morning. We have learned a lot, and there is a lot of interest from all the participants and in this conversation to get some clarification on certain topics and especially to participate in the conversation. Basco, one of the aspects that has raised the most interest, that is very important to the ones that are involved in this transformation processes in the supply chains, is how can private companies help to raise awareness regarding these topics? And this leads me to the second question. How can they reduce carbon emission because of food decomposition? Well, thank you so much, Angela. This event has been very informative for myself. Honestly, I was not very well informed on what was happening in Latin America. And Bart, thank you for your presentation. That was very interesting, as well as the other participants. First of all, how can we raise awareness among customers? That comes from the industry. The industrial sector of a particular sector, for instance, the food sector, and supermarkets and producers, they need to get together and provide certification and standards like both Alejandros mentioned. And they need to let the customers know. For instance, when you see the nutrition in products, that's very complicated. When you read what's the nutritional content, the proteins, etc. In Tesco, that's also the carbon labeling, but that's also very complicated because it's hard to appreciate how many grams of CO2 a product has. it should rather be a binary system or trinary to show how sustainable a product is. And I show that in the video regarding this EDF with the supermarkets in the Netherlands and in Denmark. They are showing, well, this product has a score of that much as far as water, as far as chemicals, and as far as sustainability. And what was the second question? Can you please repeat it? Is how can carbon emissions because of food decomposition be reduced? So that will be in the last phase of this whole supply chain. Well, those are our practice at home. Those are quite sustainable. In Latin America, we don't usually throw away food. The most important part is that the local government is for local governments to do the collection, separating the food waste from the other kind of waste. If you do this, that food waste can be reused, like Bar said, to make a compost or fertilizer, or in many countries, in Europe and in Germany, in Switzerland, in the United Kingdom, in Denmark, it is used to generate renewable energy from biomass. There are food producers in Europe, producers that supply supermarkets, and they are practically carbon neutral or net zero because they generate their own electricity in the field, because they use all this food waste to produce energy through anaerobic digesters. This is easy to do for a producer, but it's not that easy for a supermarket chain, because the way in which, because the way that the supermarket chains handle food. So food should not go to waste. It should be eaten. It should not be wasted. Excellent, Vasco. And it's true that depends a lot on the practices and the way that the food is consumed at households and the way that you handle this. There is a lot of interest on how to get more informed on circular economy and what can be done in supply chains. And to know if in Latin America there are initiatives that is already looking for alternatives for the use of biomass. And before I pass you the mic, I would just like to clarify, Bart. Let's see what you think about this, because of this data that you were giving us of 96% of biomass that is not used in food. That can be a source of work throughout the whole supply chain, because it will be very interesting to analyze this, to see what experiences there are both in Latin America and in other parts of the world. Yes, thank you so much, Angela, for this question. I believe that compostage and making use of biomass, there are many cases and many good cases. We also saw that in the Export Cafe presentation. The main issue is the scalability. It's still a small niche for agro companies that can meet the standards and implement these technologies. So I believe that the biggest part of the work is in the dissemination and the technification, the dissemination of these practices. Compost, to make compost, it's already known. We know that it works. We know that it is possible, and we know that it is profitable, as we saw in coffee cultivation, but it just needs to be implemented and develop capacity in a much wider way. And there is a big opportunity to generate value-added jobs, complementing the activities as a complementation of the agricultural producers. But there are initiatives regarding this, but they are not enough. For instance, in Colombia, the Ministry of the Environment, together with the Ministry of Agriculture, has a working group on biomass. And they work with Agro on a guide for the technification of compost and agriculture and circular economy. So this is led by the Ministry of the Environment with Andrés Cortés, which is an official in the Ministry of the Environment, and he is part of the leading team in circular economy. And the Ministry of the Environment has a webpage with information regarding these initiatives, especially on circular economy. But there are many other organizations that have been working for many years and have a lot of experience, very important experience in compost models. For instance, CCAF is a Cali corporation that has a long history of application of compost models in different sizes farms. And in Bogota, we are working in a compost project with organic waste in neighborhoods with a technified technology by the Control Ambiental company in the Bogota Savannah, who has been working for 20 years in a processual composting process. And this is being multiplied in the units with the idea of regenerating and reuse waste. And that's the purpose of circular economy. And aside from that, there are entrepreneurship programs and new businesses that want to apply this added value to the different food products. Well, thank you so much, Bart and Vasco. That was very enriching. I believe that we have a tremendous opportunity for the transformation of agro-food systems. Vasco, it was very interesting to understand that the first link plays a very important role within this. And going along with what Bart was proposing, we need to try to understand that we have a business opportunity that goes beyond simply making use of agro-food products. Thanks to both of you. And to go.
Le damos las gracias a nuestro moderador, al doctor
I'd like
Vasco.
to thank our moderator, Dr. Vasco and Dr. Barr, for these question sessions. Now we would like to greet again Dr. Vasco with his conference Net Zero in Supply Chains. Dr. Vasco Sanchez Rodriguez is a professor reader in logistics and operations management at Cardiff University. He is an industry-led academic that has carried out successful applied research projects for leading companies in the retail sector, as well as the food and beverage sector and the logistics sector in the UK, France, US, Germany, South Africa, South Korea, Colombia, Chile, and Argentina. Welcome again, Doctor. Muchísimas gracias, Clara. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about CO2, plastics, and food waste, but I'm going to make it as brief as possible, and especially is focused on practices, in best practices. Before introducing some of the practices that companies follow in this area of the world, it should be emphasized that to reduce carbon emissions, first of all companies need to do a mapping of the whole supply chain and maybe redesign this supply chain. Afterwards, the logistics itself need to be optimized in order to reduce what we call empty runners, maybe by trucks, to reduce 100% how many miles trucks are running on empty. So this requires a planning of logistics, and this requires information technology and as well as algorithms, and this is complicated, especially for supermarket chains in the UK. They use optimization algorithms, but it also requires, regarding the vehicle, it implies receiving the information live from the vehicle. Aside from all that, the truck itself, whether it moves or it doesn't move, also has carbon emissions. Why? Because of the weight of the truck and because of the space that it uses and because of the aerodynamics of the truck and because of the tires of the truck and the efficiency and how efficient, depending on how efficient the truck engine is. And then there are different technologies, whether with renewable fuels or an electric truck. But an electric truck, if it uses energy, electricity that is not renewable, is a little bit, it doesn't help that much. So those would be the three elements that you need to focus on to decarbonize your supply chain or your truck fleet. When I started doing electrification a while back, but especially when I started collaborating with Gordon on a project called 00, you can say, well, the solution to decarbonize transportation is electric trucks, and the solution for industry to decarbonize industry is to do everything with renewable energy. But imagine that we are in a utopia in 10 or 20 years and that all the energy produced in the world is renewable and we don't use any more gas and we don't use any more gasoline. We don't use any more of that. In that situation, the energy demand is going to increase either 4 times more or 9 times more. So we need to consider that to decarbonize the world, the energy demand is going to increase. McKinsey and company explained that very well in those slides that I showed there. So energy needs to be reliable, renewable, and cost-effective. And one of the things that renewable energy is not, is reliable, because sometimes it's sunny, but the sun and the wind are not always present. So people talk about hydrogen, that hydrogen could be the solution. Hydrogen right now, as energy to move trucks, is much less efficient than electric trucks or electric batteries. But this is the situation right now. There are many reports that give hydrogen, that say that hydrogen will move, maybe is going to power between 20 and 30% of all the transport fleets around the world by 2050. And this is going to be one of the keys to move around products, to transport products in the future. The other thing that people say is, well, I need to reduce my carbon emissions. My truck cannot have so many carbon emissions. You need to consider that your truck, if you might have all your trucks as electric trucks, but that electricity need to be renewable, otherwise half of your work is wasted. And the other thing, the other point is, if you sell products or if you manufacture products, your suppliers also have emissions, and you have to also reduce these emissions with them or help them to reduce them. Just for you to have an idea, the biggest UK supermarket chain is called Tesco, and 65% of their carbon emissions are produced by the grid, by the electricity that they use, 65%, and the rest is because of refrigeration, 18%, and distribution is only 7%. So they have an aggressive program to reduce their carbon emissions through electricity. They have an aggressive program to contribute to use renewable energies and generate their own renewable energy. So, for instance, 100% renewable electricity use in the UK, Republic of Ireland, Slovakia, and Hungary. They have this goal. And refrigeration is also important, but in transport, they have one of the truck fleets that is most productive, with the least empty miles. And in the small trucks, they also try, at least, to migrate to electric trucks. Among their goals, they want to reduce their emissions in the operations in 6% by 2050, and 60% and 85% by 2030. So carbon emissions shouldn't go, they need to be aligned with the 2 degrees trajectory for global warming. Otherwise, it will be a disaster. As far as agriculture, in their food manufacturing, they want to reduce it by 2030 by 35%, and in agriculture by 15%. As far as what Amazon does in renewable energy, they are investing a lot in solar panels and in wind energy. They produce a lot of the energy that their operations uses. And they have a very interesting strategy called shipment zero. That means that every product and that you as a customer receive needs to have, first of all, the distribution center need to have low carbon emission, the packaging has been reduced, and the transportation also should have low carbon emissions. This is summarized by saying that distribution centers need to be super efficient, and they also need to be powered through solar and wind energy. Packaging is also very important because the packaging that they try to have should be recyclable, but the packaging also needs to be compact. If the packaging is not compact, the number of products that you can put in a truck is lower. And as far as transportation, they want to migrate to electric trucks, and they want to do it quickly. What I was telling you about Unilever, which I believe that was very popular in my previous presentation, is that by 2020, they use 100% renewable energy in their operations. They also generate their own energy, and that's very important. And energy generation is done through alternative sources like wind energy and solar energy. They have three pillars for the decarbonization of their supply chains. First of all is harnessing the power of wind and solar, which is very important for them. Then they want to create energy at their factory sites. And they also want to invest a lot on hydrogen as a fuel. So a big part of transportation emissions for their products are not emitted by them, but by them logistics suppliers. So they are working very closely with their logistics suppliers. This is something very important that should be emphasized. It's not something that they can control. But since they are such a big company and they have big contracts with logistics suppliers, they can demand that. As far as comparing these three companies, excuse me, regarding their progress towards net zero, Unilever goes ahead of the other two. Maybe the origin of Unilever that was created in the Netherlands, where there is so much emphasis on sustainability, has led to that. But Tesco and Amazon are also doing very big efforts. So if someone defines a truly sustainable model, I believe that Unilever is very close to that. Tesco and Amazon are making good progress regarding this, and they have very aggressive programs. And Amazon, something that is very interesting is the net zero shipments program. So they have the goal to have a net zero in each order served for every order that you place in Amazon. The other part of my presentation is short. It's only to emphasize that carbon emissions is not just a matter of reducing direct CO2. If you reuse and recycle more, you reduce the carbon emissions in the supply chain. In 1990, the pyramid of prevention, preparing for reuse, all these, and recycling, other recovery, was inverted in regards to what it is now. What is emphasized right now is that this should be an inverted pyramid, And prevention should be the most important part. And then reusing and then recycling. And if possible, recovery. Recovery means is mainly by anaerobic digestion of the food and making renewable energy from biomass. So one of the most important things is that all products need to be designed and all the supply chains to avoid that food waste, but then also design them so they can be reused, so they can be recycled. And that's the circular economy or the circular chain, and the reverse chain needs to be manageable. And we have two cases that I would like to show you. The first one is what Marks and Spencer in the UK, they redistribute 5.2 million equivalent of meal equivalents in 2020. That's what they did. And that's very important to reduce poverty. And they have an app that can locate where there is that food that needs to be redistributed. Something else that they do, they have made a lot of progress regarding plastic use, reduction of plastic use in the last few years, and they want to reduce that to zero, that there will be zero waste going to landfill. And the most important part regarding this is that plastic needs to be recyclable, and certain types of plastics are not recyclable. So these types of plastic should be removed. Something else, I believe that you know this picture. This is a chef from the United Kingdom. His name is Jimmy Oliver. He works very closely with supermarkets to do to support causes that are good for society. So Tesco lately increased to 12%. There was a 12% increase in their food donations to the most needed classes. And there was a 61% increase in energy recovery through anaerobic digestion. Not of the waste, but of the surplus, which is what is left over of the food in supermarkets. They emphasize a lot that the reduction of the food waste needs to happen from starting at the farm until you go to the customer's fork. And they only by themselves, they cannot reduce the food waste. They are just the drivers of this food waste reduction. And they are publishing data. Their data are certified and audited. Something interesting that Tesco has is that for the reduction of plastic in the operations, first you have to remove. What? Remove plastics that are hard to recycle. Then you have to reduce those plastics. Something that I always miss from Colombia, Venezuela, Mexico, Brazil, all the countries where I have lived before coming to the United Kingdom, is that here or there is not so much plastic, or they didn't used to be so much plastic. Because here you have plastic everywhere. When you buy tomatoes, you have them in plastic. So the idea is to reduce that. And then to try to reduce plastic if possible. And there are very simple and effective ways to do that. And then to try to have a collaboration to recycle plastic. As far as practices, these two companies are pretty much at the same level. They try to reduce plastic waste, and they will probably achieve these zero plastic net retailers, and then also to reduce food waste. It should be emphasized It's not the same thing when you sell food online and when you sell food at a supermarket. Why? Because if you sell food online, you can reduce food, the distribution, the redistribution is more centralized. If you do it at a supermarket, what in UK they call brick and mortar, is harder to do that because it's done, it happens at a local level. So collaborations and agreements need to be local, and they are harder to coordinate. And one important thing for customers, what we call B2B, business to business, but then also consumers in business to customer supply chains, that's extremely important to reduce waste in the supply chain. So I'm going to leave you with these two questions that you can think about at home in your own brain. So number one, in your company, that's case number one, or step number 0, what are the impacts, the most important environmental impacts that you have, but not just in your company, but in the supply chain as well. And then, according to that, what are the improvements that you can implement in your strategy, your priorities, and your sustainability goals? And these improvements can start with the low-hanging fruits. In other words, the things that are easy to do, because sustainability requires a lot of motivation. So to start with the hardest things, if you start with the hardest things, it's hard to get people involved, the employees and the stakeholders, the directors, and the whole group of people that are working for you. Thank you very much. So that was the end of my presentation. Well, thank you very much. That was very interesting, everything that you have shown us. We have two questions here that I believe are key regarding your presentation. Number one is really, you gave us some incredible data regarding the use of energy, on how reliable it is, how we can handle this. So that leads to a concern, and I totally share what the audience says, and this is how to fight this information regarding what is really sustainable and what is really climate responsible, and more precisely, how Unilever and Tesco looks, how do they study the carbon emission reduction? Do they follow a particular methodology? Regarding the first question, is not stable or reliable. In Colombia, you have a very big advantage. A lot of the energy or the electricity that is used is hydroelectric energy. That energy is stable. But in Europe or in other countries, they use solar and wind energy. So when there is no wind, you don't produce energy. So if you look at the news in Houston, they have too much renewable energy. So they were left without any energy for a while. And that was quite serious. Something serious that happened during the winter. So that's one perspective. Regarding how to measure that, there are international companies, there is carbon throws, there is EDF that can guide people on how to reduce their carbon emission. And they can study the life cycle of the product, like Alejandro Losandro and Alejandro Sainz, and they presented that very clearly on how to measure carbon emissions and where to focus your attention on. Well, thank you so much, Vasco. That's very interesting, really. Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor, for accepting our invitation and for your talk, and Angela for being the moderator for this session.
Vamos finalizando nuestro tercer día del Connect Agro Series con nuestro invitado, el profesor Dr.
Finalizing our third day of Connect Agro Series with Professor Gordon Wasmeyer with his presentation, International Transportation, International Standards and Competitiveness, Terminals, Logistics Centers, and Warehouses. Dr. Gordon is responsible for curriculum and logistics in the Andes University in Bogota, Colombia. From 2011 to 2017, he performed as an official of economic matters in the University of Infrastructure Services of the Economic Commission of the United Nations for Latin America and the Caribbean. Previously, he worked at the Institute of Investigation of Transportation, the NAPE University in Edinburgh. Welcome, Doctor. Thank you, Maria Clara, and thank you everyone once again. We have heard this morning a lot of presentations about the supply chain. This last presentation before closing, I would like to tell you a little bit more about transportation and terminals that we have. What are also the challenges and how we can help out? Some things have also been mentioned by other presenters like Alejandro Lozano. And the idea is to give some examples, practical examples, so that we can prepare for what's coming. In that sense, I would like to clarify that the climate situation nowadays is much worse than we have imagined. And I think that according to the last report of ICPC confirms this, and that we have to act faster and with more specific actions towards the future, according to what we have set to ourselves according to the Paris Agreement. And we've heard that we have objectives that are reachable if we see the last reports of the United Nations. And just to give you an example, what's happening in the world, you can imagine that in 2017, one of the most frequented places in Shanghai, if it was closed for 50 days because of extreme events related to weather. That's where we're still not even at a level where extreme climate events are affecting us every day. And if we imagine in that context, the agro chain, agro-food chains of fresh products, and we have closed ports, we're going to have major challenges. And those are just some examples of many of the ones that we can extract. So the objective, these next 20 minutes, we will discuss strategies of how we can decarbonize these supply chains from the point of view of transportation, of warehouses, terminals, which are practical, which are initiatives that already exist, and which are standards that we still have or that are coming later on in this effort. The first question then is, why do we really have to calculate the emissions of transportation? And as we've heard from the other speakers, it is something in terms of image clearly that we have. We have to understand our products, and transportation is part of the chain, and it also has to contribute to delivering that information. However, also we've talked a lot about the importance of energy consumption. So here we also have competitiveness in the chains, because each liter of fossil fuels that we're not using, that we're avoiding to use, clearly also supports in being more efficient in finance and economic matters, and also more competitive. On the other side, competitiveness also has the carbon print, because we've also heard that in procurement, it's something also really important that companies, big companies, but also the smaller ones, will only be doing procurement with companies that comply with certain standards that can reduce their carbon print. So if we can't measure it correctly and inform it according to the standards, we will also be facing challenges in that sense. At the end, clearly, it's also something of responsibilities of ourselves and as companies to really inform about this, because we need the baseline to really be able to measure if we're moving in the correct line towards decarbonization of our activities in our economies. And finally, it's also something in terms of risk management, because we know that if we have a lot of emissions in those chains, if we are also increasing our risks, and if we will be affected in our operations. So we start with some important concepts for then moving on with the discussion with regards to strategies and how we can respond to this. First of all, we really want to achieve both a sustainable performance and also at the same time have a high quality of service. And here many of us talk about the environmental topic, the reduction of the carbon print, in general, the reduction of the emissions. And clearly this is aligned to the concept of sustainability with the trade-off of the economics, because companies will have to be responsible for their activities. And when we're doing these type of changes towards companies that are greener with lower emissions, we also have to measure all the responsibility that we have in the supply chains. And these three dimensions are going to have a certain trade-off, and we won't be able to reach everything at the same time. Might also be important to have a good strategy. How do we move forward in these topics, and to not leave one or another dimension behind, because that also will, at the end of the day, affect the sustainability of our businesses. So there we have a higher challenge that will affect the economic and social part as well. And we know that many of the clients that we have in the chains, not just in the company, if a product has a low impact, for example, in the carbon print, but that it also respects the social standards so that everyone can have a proper life and economic situation. So in that sense, also in Vasco's presentation, we had those three dimensions of the different reaches 1, 2, and 3, where clearly we have a little bit of the challenge in the supply chains and agro in general, and in transportation. Well, what role do I have within that chain? So let's recall that the topic of the fuels of my trucks, my planes, or my ships also has to do with the generation of the energy that I have from my sites. So the reach of that is precisely that energy that I'm purchasing, and where do I have to see what is the carbon print of, for example, that electricity. Vasco also mentioned that there's a great difference between the countries of how that electricity is being generated in each one. In terms of reach number 3, it's precisely how do I do that in terms of procurement of other services of outsourcing, for example, of transportation, stores, etc. So how do I have my relationships with the suppliers within my chain? And here we see that we have possibly the effect of the actors and the complexity of the roles. We have different roles. And the other question is, my part of the chain is really an activity, a contracted activity, or am I working with my own equipment? So over here, what is important to me over here, if I'm an exporting company, the reach of my activities. Also, in that company that I'm contracting, they will have to report to me about their reach so that I can estimate reach number 3 from my point of view. So there we also have a challenge regarding how that transfer of information goes on throughout that chain to really be able to A, tell it well, and B, not have a double count of those numbers. And there we have one of the big challenges, like how do we calculate the full print of all of the supply chain, whether it's avocado, coffee, or other fruits that we have. And also we cannot forget that we can have different actors. One clearly is the private companies in this sector, but it's also important to have understanding about what is the perspective of the public sector that at the end is responsible to prepare the payments, policies, regulations, and the laws so that we can have a framework in which companies can also invest and modernize themselves towards those challenges and to answer them. So last one that also comes a little bit in the presentations that we had this morning, we also have a challenge, a part of it with big companies like Unilever, Walmart, and other big players. But in Latin America, we can't forget the reality, and we have a lot of small producers, small companies in very humble conditions where we also have to see how we can raise those companies so that they can see the need and the importance and also the capacity of measuring their carbon prints, and with this contribute and be able to participate within those bigger chains. Because like I said at the beginning, it's also part of the competitiveness in the future of being able to measure their carbon print. So there are some ideas of those concepts, and that is really a concept that comes from transportation, urban transportation. There are some important elements here, and it's important to mention this in transportation as well. The first question is how to avoid transportation. It sounds weird, but we really have to, in some way, see how we can reduce the miles of the kilometers that we're carrying out to really be able to reach the goals. So we're talking about chemical efficiency that I'm going to give some examples on. The other thing is, the other key part is, how can I change my transportation mode? This change of mode is limited because we don't have a lot of complementary infrastructures of, like, for example, trains next to roads. So some interesting examples is how technology advances in the containers of controlled atmospheres. And nowadays we could exploit the avocado Haas in sea containers. Before it wasn't possible. So it was a product that had to be exported, particularly to further markets via plane. So that's also what we can do. How do we can make that change between the different transportations And obviously the implementation of the zero carbon technologies. And I'm also going to give some examples here. Lately, a smaller part, and I think that it also has to do with the faster responses, more immediate responses, how to mitigate the energy efficiency of current transportation of the current technologies, and how we can achieve this with operational strategies. So efficient use of vehicles on our sites, in our market, in our stores, where we normally have a lot of low food as well, to measure our efficiency specifically, and in the consumption in big ideas. So some examples of these ideas. On one side, if we talk about what is really the question, what is the reach, geographical reach of my product sources, if it's really an international reach, or if I can do this just within a context, a national or local context. That's something really important because it's also something that we have to work on with the consumer. And there we have these initiatives that Alejandro Sanz also presented. If we have those types of production, local production in containers that don't depend so much on the climate specifically, then most likely we can reduce the geographic reaches of some of these chains. Here also something important is we need great coordination with the actors, because it's also about avoiding that transportation and optimizing the logistic transportation, how to reduce trips towards a better use in terms of capacities that we have. And finally, to be able to achieve this, we clearly need software, other technological solutions to implement it. The other side precisely is, okay, how can we make that shift, change towards a different technology, and like change this within Latin America is difficult. It's a challenge because we don't have that much complement. So it's possibly a topic that's interesting, how to change towards new technologies that are zero emissions, also basing ourselves on that energetic matrix that Latin America in general is pretty clean. Here we have something interesting. If we think about the costs of pavement towards zero emissions, first here we have the routing where we have a reach that has economic benefits, where in this case it's negative. We can have economic benefits of these goals, but in the future, if we really want to change towards hydrogen trucks or even synthetic fuel, those will have very high costs within the supply chains. So honestly, I think that the first reaches, it's also going to be necessary to present the road towards more zero emissions. For example, electric trucks and vacation ships that are electric are important things that can begin, but they will need some time and they will have a significant cost in the future. So we have to have that clear. On the other side, it's an example of possibilities. How can we move in different kilometers in different groups towards electric trucks? These are examples of Switzerland and Finland. And here something really important is one, agricultural products, where we see specifically a potential in trucks, mid-sized trucks, that also with reference to the pilot that Alejandro Lozano mentioned, where honestly, in short and long distances, whether it's urban or rural, we do have a great potential today with the current technology to change towards others where distances are very close. So clearly a possibility or a step that we can take going forward is to begin this change. Okay, the next step is to think about the eco-efficient management, reducing the empty trips, to have a better routing, to improve the types of fuels. There's also something that we're underestimating. If we think about the ideas of the current trucks that we have, we have the possibility to change them towards 5 or 6, but there we have a dilemma and a challenge, because we also need the availability of those fuels that are cleaner, which is a first step, even though it is not only necessary, but an important step that has to be taken of reaching a better efficiency. But for this, we also have the availability for these types of trucks. And also the standards and we're also taking advantage, for example, the ceilings, the storages, the warehouses to generate renewable energies, to generate this in our groups. So a few years back, it's very interesting if we see, for example, simple measures, the training of the eco-efficient management, the use of fuels in trucks between 10 and 30%. So that's really, like I say, the low fruits that we have in the region. And also the maximum speeds, for example, the use and the reduction, and really electing the best vehicles for the routes that we are serving with our missions. So we have several elements in that dimension of improvement that are relatively easy and reachable and not with a lot of investment. So it's really about a cultural change or a strategy of the companies that we have. And with this, what are the strategies that we can take advantage of for this? The first the emission counter. In the carbon footprint. First of all, which is important and is relevant for us in Latin America, the emissions in the decarbonization is CO2. And there's also another effect. It's also something very important in contamination, especially in our cities in Latin America, if it also contributes to climate change. But it also has a direct impact in our health within the cities. So in cleaning our transportation, also in that sense, not just does it help the climate, but it also directly helps our health in the cities and our quality of life, where we live close to those coffee regions, where we still have circulation of vehicles that have a lot of emissions. So once again, the first step, perhaps an immediate first step, is more related to the active trucks, 3 or 4, and take them to 3 or 5, because there we are visualizing these types of emissions. So Black has an influence in the different transportation ways. It has methodologies for each one, and also include the logistic sides. So here we have that opportunity to measure under different concepts and to then create the sum of our emissions. So both of the reach 1, 2, and 3, like we're going to see. And it's also an invitation to all the companies who are here today to define which are the limits of our activities where I can measure and like which are my goals. So to begin, we also have to put this out. The second step is precisely to calculate these in 1 and 2. And the last step, reach number 3. But first we need the first 2 and to have clarity on that. So here, in detail, the first step is, okay, which are the limits of my activity? Generate a plan where I have a clear goal at the end. And with this, I can also clearly define what information do I need. We've heard this morning on several occasions what importance there is of the relevance, the data relevance. And how to convert it into emissions and also all of the electric part. So case number 3 would turn these data on kilometers into the emissions. So there I also need to have the factors of efficiency and intensity of emissions of each one of my suppliers. And there we have the importance of this collaboration that I finished before. So here are some examples that we have of sea transportation, logistics sites, land transportation, and we can see it's going to depend a lot on what type of vehicle I use, what sector I move myself in. So it's not all going to be the same. So here's some ideas. I really recommend to work on this, read this, and work with this framework. And that will really give you a good step forward. And this is also related to the topic that I'm mentioning about standards towards the future. And if we see this development in the European Union, we have the regulation 16258. It's an initial methodology for the calculation and the declaration of the energy consumption and emissions of the climate impact for the transportation system, both for cargo and for passengers. And this had some compositions that wasn't that clear yet. And with that, we have 2015, the EW16. So that is really another regulation of the quantification of the transportation. There we also have, as you can see, we have that framework leg where there was a global collaboration to really be able to have that accountability of the different elements and that it can be spread out through all of the chain. And in Germany, there is another day regarding two other topics. How do I see my emissions in logistic sites? So we're in an interesting point because there's an ISO initiative. The initiative for this ISO 14083, and that would be for 2028, the last part of 2022. And when we're in this development that is going to be based on the existing regulation, but towards the most comparable part, here we have an important goal. If we want to be competitive in the international market or international world, then here we can prepare to comply with that regulation. And we still have time for that. So if we want to participate in the future, and from COP26, we're going to have new regulation, then it will be the best to prepare our companies and see how we can respond when a company requires that from us. So honestly, there's a great opportunity to start working in this topic. Okay, and we can't forget, we're not so green. So there's a lot of initiatives, transportation, cargo, in Latin America, specifically Chile, Argentina. We have two initiatives, Uruguay. In Colombia, we're working with the project that is funded by the UK PAC initiative. So there's a lot of initiatives that also work with providing recommendations, proving methodologies, and giving different tools to the sector to really be prepared in the future to comply with this regulation and work towards that. And clearly there it is important to have that. I'll show you an example. The 00 project, we have 200 people who are connected because the collaboration to be able to achieve that is key. Because if we don't pass this between the different entities, then it's not going to be possible to decarbonize all the different links of the chain. Okay, so with this, really, more than results, we open up a discussion of which are the ideas towards future actions. And here we have some ideas that I would like to present to you. First of all, to reach sustainable and also competitive towards the future for these systems, that includes both terminals. We have to have measurable results first, so we need baselines. And we need to have ambitious goals, because we know that it is much more imminent than what we used to think before in terms of the climate change. So for that, we need a commitment of this group of directors towards the person who's working at the store. And we have to build a capacity within our companies. So here I have the examples both from Alejandro Sanz and Alejandro Lozano, and how to create the capacity of working on these initiatives within my own companies. And with this, we have the idea of the walks and talks. We can not only show good presentations, but we have to deliver results that are measurable and tangible. And for this, we need governance under each one in these companies. So that also requires clearly an effective communication with the public administration and public policies, so that companies can do these things like I showed and others too. To make their changes, they're going to have significant investments. We need regulatory frameworks and clear policies so that companies can dare to make those investments. So over here, with this multi-level collaboration between the suppliers in terms of procurement, what can we work on with other initiatives of the sector? And there's several in Latin America that should take advantage of it, take advantage of the different knowledge to have results. And we've seen results this morning as well. And at the end of the day, this is all part of our corporate social responsibility that we have. So we have a lot still ahead, but I would like to take you 500 years back to somebody that was called Machiavelli. And he used to say, we can't forget that there's nothing more difficult than to move forward and to lead something that will intend to be successful in the introduction of a new order of things, okay? So people, companies, innovators have a lot of enemies in people who have done things well under the current conditions and will defend it, to not take the risk that it will not be as good in the new conditions. So innovation is a challenge. To be innovators is a challenge. There will be enemies as well, because there's many that want to be protected. So this is something that we have to change, and Angela knows this as well. It's a big challenge, and with this I conclude, and thank you so much. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your intervention, and now invite Angela Penagos to moderate this Q&A. Go ahead. Thank you very much for this very illustrative presentation, honestly. I completely agree with you that to move towards change requires a process and a governance that is big, because the status quo, we tend to defend it, especially where there are some particular benefits. We have two questions that I believe are key, and part of that was mentioned by you in your presentation, but if it's possible to go deeper into it, it would be very interesting. The first one of these is, how can a small producer go into the carbon reduction and in all this transportation and logistic process and really have recognition? And the other question that you also mentioned about this at the end, and has to do with the first part, is who takes on the costs for these changes in the energetic and logistic operations to reduce emissions? Well, Angela, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to start with the last question. I think that we have a benefit, and that is that a lot of consumers are starting to see an added value in acquiring products that are more sustainable chains. So gives us a plus and most likely an extra payment to the person who implements the performance of their cleaner chain. However, there is a challenge because we have to find that person who buys my product and has that recognition. So we've seen the example of Expo Cafés, but I think there's very many different examples in agriculture who are recognizing those. So there's something important there that is related to the first question, and it's, okay, how do I do this as a small producer? Many times we go into that discussion with lower emission, but like I mentioned too, being more sustainable also has an economic element, most likely not at the short term, but in the mid and long term. Most likely, the investment in new technology today is higher. But if we have that change in a short distance, there's a lot of evidence that my energy expense is reduced by 20 or 30%. And that also can be very important in my operation towards the future. So something key there, and I think it's a challenge also for big companies in public sector, how to create the tools, the financial tools for the small agriculture producers that have access to this investment and really trust that they can do that. And I think that it is also something where we need leadership from the public sector, and on the other side, that initiative of walks and talks of the big companies that help us fund these initiatives, these investments of small agriculture, because we can't wait for them to produce sustainably, hopefully with zero emissions, if we don't open up the investment. It can be a clear part for this and also to accelerate this technological change that is so necessary. So as Diego was saying as well, the small company or the small agricultural has a chance as well. As I showed, there's a lot of opportunities in terms of efficiencies. How do I manage my machinery? How do I plan? How do I use my vehicles? And there are several efficiencies that I can generate and will not only have an impact on my emissions, it will also have a direct impact on my operation. And I would really like to motivate everyone who sees this part, because it's something immediate that we can use. Thank you very much, Gordon. Thank you very much to you both. We continue with our agenda.
Finalizamos esta jornada y con ello nuestro evento con
We'd
la
like to close today's sessions and our event with the talk Steps Towards Solving the Puzzle of Zero Emissions in Agro-Industry Supply Chains, chaired by Professor Dr. Gordon Wilsmeyer, who holds the CUNY Professional Chair in Logistics at the Universidad de Los Ángeles in Bogotá, and Ángela Penangos, who is currently the Director of the Research and Development Agri-Food Center at the Universidad de los Andes in Colombia. She's an economist with a Master in Environmental Economy and Natural Resources from the Universidad de los Andes in a joint program with the University of Maryland. And she also has wide experience in the design and assessment of public policies for rural and agricultural development, emphasizing policy tools with a territorial focus. So please go ahead, Dr. Gordon and Angela. Thank you so much, Maria Clara, and thank you for the ones that are with us in this final session. And in this final session with Angela, we would like to do like a synthesis and gather some lessons and maybe some questions at the end. So first of all, Angela, I would like to ask you some questions. Because this morning we have seen and heard about different links in the chains in the agro industry. What are the main conclusions in this primary link, which is the farm, the producers, in the agriculture itself? What are your conclusions? Well, I believe that the first thing from the first presentation that we had with Vasco is very clear that the first link is where we need to work much more. A lot more work there because they contribute a lot. And like Alejandro Sáenz was saying, we have to change as well the way that we do things. Undoubtedly, this transition from short cycle crops to long cycle crops that have less emission, like Bar was saying, requires an environment, an ecosystem for transformation. And there is, well, two elements play a very important role, two elements that you mentioned at the end. One of them is governance conditions and institutional agreements that will favor this change. That means that from public policies, there should be an innovation in the way that public policy is implemented to provide conditions for the change. But the other thing, and not less important, are financing sources and the resources that you need for this primary change, something that was also mentioned by Vasco and also Bart, in the sense that we need to go from an investment just thinking about economic profitability to one that takes into consideration impact. Decision makers regarding this plays a very important role, especially at the farm level, because the change in benefits are in the mid or long term. And finally, in the interim, I think that when you were talking about the logic and the efficiency, you have to use that for this, especially at the level of the small producers, small companies that are working on this. And operations can also contribute to results. I believe that we need conditions so that there will be a support as far as rural extension, innovation, new technologies, and the academia there plays a very important role in order to create those analyses and those vehicles for transformation. Yes, and I believe we have two challenges there. One, looking backwards, the input for producers, and then also how we change that, how we change the inputs and fertilizer that also need to contribute to this carbon footprint. But then, Angelo, then we have this second link, which is the transformation of the product. What challenges did you hear about this morning, and what opportunities could there be there? What I see there is that it's very important also the technification. I really like the way that Alejandro approached this process. There is also the operation, how that looks like, how it is organized. And the integration between the primary link and the next link, that becomes a fundamental element that connects the decarbonization process in our chains. If we don't have a very clear vision regarding this process, and the people that participate in each one of them, I remember very well Bart saying, you have to measure, you have to understand, then it's going to be very understand how in transformation we can reduce those emissions. But as they were saying, regarding this, the scale plays a very important role. And that's where in Latin America, we really need to do a lot of work, because aside from the integration problems, the scale, and also what I learned today is that the scale plays a very important role to efficiently reduce carbon emissions. Yes, that leads us to another topic. You were talking about Latin America. So considering our position in the world, we see these agricultural chains and the agro industry, probably our competitors in Africa, in New Zealand, in Australia, they are also working on being more sustainable in the chain. So that leads us to the third link, which is distribution and transportation. How can we reach these markets? We have new markets in Asia that we would like to open up. Some of them have been very successful, for instance, Chile in opening markets in China, and other countries are also having increased relations. We also have Brazil that has one of the bigger chicken sectors, thinking about geared toward China. So we have a challenge geographically. How can we achieve the sustainability in these relations? And what do you think regarding this topic? Well, I think that a key aspect is that Colombia and Latin America, but in the case of Colombia, because that's what I know more, we have a sector, an export food sector that is very concentrated, and this leads to things happening like a certain group of foodstuff or certain products that have been transformed has to do 2 or 3 trips because of the concentration level and the lack of capacity, the lack of distribution capacity throughout our geography, and because of the channels of distribution to the outside. So the distribution costs in transportations are very high, ridiculously high in Colombia. But aside from being very high, as far as emission reduction, they are a big challenge. So this integration that you were telling us about, and the importance to be able to integrate small companies so that they will do much more sustainable operations, becomes a differentiating element, a critical factor to deconcentrate all the distribution and food transportation. So I always give this example. Like Alejandro was saying, is not how come a tomato that is in Barranquilla has to travel almost 500 kilometers to reach to the other place? But that's because the distribution and transportation system is not an integrated, disconcentrated. So there is also the policy factors that forces us to do a greater investment in this kind of systems to make them much more sustainable. And I believe, as far as public investment plays a very important role in order to create the conditions so that this third link would also be a good business, and a good business considering decarbonization. Well, we always talk about the transportation link like one of the hardest one to get them to be carbon net zero. It requires a lot of investment, but we should not forget about the consumer responsibility, both in Latin America and in the rest of the world. But at the end of the day, we are the consumers and we need to assess the sustainability. And we know, according to the recent studies, that these efforts for decarbonization is going to lead to an increase of about 4% in the final price. And I believe that that shouldn't be a percentage that causes us to think, well, we cannot walk the talk. So what do you recommend for us as consumers, both in Latin America and abroad? Regarding the changes in consumer patterns, I believe that there is a greater awareness, a growing awareness regarding where products come from, how they are produced, how they are transformed, and all these contributes, or perhaps not, and whether they contribute or not to the environment, conservation, and decarbonization. But I have that same question regarding prices and this question, usually we don't think about that when they have these discussions of transformation. And that's how much the new way of doing things can become an exclusion factor in society. And I believe that we need to do a lot of work on the prices of food. And we are seeing that right now. We have there has been an increase of about 20%. Is a global phenomenon, and this is going to lead to greater poverty. And by leading to greater poverty, all these decarbonization of efforts will be affected. So it's important to work on innovation to reduce this cost. That should be the goal. We also need to think on how we can support the transformation processes at farm level to see how from the start we can avoid a price raise, something that could happen systematically if we don't have from the start a cost structure that can be adapted to the new reality. And I would like to insist that the market diversity and the possibility that there will be more and more players is always going to benefit the prices. So we have to broaden these markets, and to broaden these markets includes a greater inclusion and to have food that will be available to all citizens, that won't become an exclusion factor. Now we can hear you. Well, we shouldn't ignore the fact that 30% or more, about a third of food is wasted along these chains as an average. And this also affects this cost and the price increase. So I believe that this food waste is very important. We heard from Bart about circular economy and how to reuse things. And Vasco also talked a lot about this. So what do you see there? What possibilities do we have so we can avoid this food waste? What are the different ways to respond to this challenge? Well, I would like to connect that with the previous question, because when they tell you 96% of biomass is not being used, you can see there a very important broadening of those markets, not just thinking about the food production in itself. This really will create jobs, this will create income, and the market will be able to be driven by that. So on the one side, I see that as a great opportunity for the growth of the economy. It's there, it's dormant there. And that leads us to another point, the importance of research and development. If we are not really investing in that, it's going to be impossible, this 96%, and we're going to miss this opportunity. So there, both the public and the private sector need to invest in a very decisive way in research and development to avoid food waste throughout the whole supply chain. We lack knowledge. We need to know what we can do there. There are experiences that are wonderful, like the one in Expo Cafe. And Alejandro showed that it's fantastic, and that can be replicated. It can be scaled up. And that's why this partnership between the university and the companies needs to continue, because that will be the only way to have a sustainable development. Very good, Angela. I believe that this is so important to have the different links, as you said, the different questions are connected and the answers as well. And I believe that another challenge that we have is that many times we don't know about the end market. So how can a small farmer in Latin America, how can he understand how his product is sold in China or in Japan and the value that it has there? So we can provide more information regarding markets and expectations so that farmers know what part of their products are valued by consumers in another part of the world. So there we need both information from the producer to the consumer, but then also in the other way around. We need to better inform our farmers regarding the needs of the market in other places. So we have gone through the different links in our conversation, but I would like to invite Maria Clara again so we can open up the space to questions from the audience for this last session. Yes, of course. Thank you so much for being with us. And now we can open the question and answer sessions. Questions from the audience. The first one is there a country in Latin America that has a specific program for small producers that can be supported in order to have different significant changes to reduce the carbon footprint? Maybe I can contribute to this. I believe that there are different programs. Even here in Colombia, we have worked a lot on livestock reconversion, on managing, like Alejandro was saying regarding coffee. But I believe that it would be interesting to mention regarding this question that aside from a program is what kind of instruments you're using for small producers. And I believe that one of the key instruments that we have seen, for instance, with very interesting examples in Brazil and in Peru, they are also working in that, and in Colombia as well. Those are support programs. For instance, in coffee, it's very clear when you start working in all the reconversion process with financial instruments that support the reconversion process. So I believe that what is missing, and I could mention that with a lot of certainty, is that those are very specific cases. It's not a policy strategy in the framework of a vision regarding the role of agricultural systems within the economy of a country. So we need to do a lot of work on that. So I would like to invite you to what Sea Biodiversity has been doing, or they have worked with corn and with livestock. They have been very satisfactory results. And the idea, in order to cover these first few years that are so risky for a small producer, so that they won't abandon the program. Very well, thank you very much. We have another question from the audience. To be sustainable creates a competitive advantage for an international exporter? Well, I'm going to contribute with a couple of examples. I believe yes, and more every day. We also have a very interesting case that was from a couple of years ago. Consumers in Denmark realized about the water footprint of avocado, the Chilean avocado. And they were so shocked regarding the water footprint that several supermarkets in Denmark remove avocados, Chilean avocados, from their shelves. So I believe that it's a matter of information, and it's important to have clear ideas regarding the information and to be transparent. If you can really show that my production is low in carbon, low in water use, that it respects social conditions, that's a competitive factor because the customer is paying more attention to that. Possibly not immediately, but we should not forget that if I don't meet the standards now, the effect as far as my reputation regarding my product can be very serious. So it's also a matter of preventing negative information regarding this product abroad. Avocado is one example. We could have other examples. That's why the producers' awareness of these different products is very important, both social standards, water footprint, and carbon footprint. And maybe consumers is going to demand that, is going to ask. And we have also seen in several products that people can pay a premium if a product is carbon neutral or has a net zero carbon, or if he meets certain standards, sustainable standards. And this is important in the chain to see the benefit for the end product. It's not just a matter of having the product meet the standards, but it is important to see the benefit, to have this relationship with the producers, with cooperatives, as like Alejandro said in his presentation. Well, those were the questions that we have from the audience. Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Gordon and Angela, for being with us. Thank you. Thank you so much to you. Have a happy rest of the day. And thus we end our event, Connect Agro Series Clean Technology and Smart Agriculture Edition, UK LATAM, in the name of the UK embassies in Latin America and the Caribbean. We'd like to thank all the speakers that during these 3 days have been with us and have created new opportunities for growth, sustainability, and competitiveness for agriculture in Latin America and the Caribbean. We would also like to thank participants that have connected and participated at Connected Agro Series, an event that seeks to have an impact on agriculture through knowledge and technology. Remember that soon you will be able to review all of our content. We will be sending you an email with everything related to this content. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Have a happy rest of the day. See you soon.